Yo, guys, welcome back to the second annual Creatordome. I'm your host, Orange Domino Studios. Today, we're joined by RS Dillbot. Josh, what are you doing? Joshua Filmz and the Sultanist. What's up, guys?
Yeah,
Hello.
what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the second Creatordome.
Yeah, second annual. When I first made Creatordome, like last year, I didn't know if I was going to make it into a yearly thing, but the idea was always in the back of my head. So if like last year did pretty good for like a starter kind of thing, if this year does even better, we'll probably do a third one next year. It depends on if we have anything interesting to announce. But yeah, like last year, we're going to start with Dilly, and they're going to talk about their upcoming projects, machinimas, stuff like that. Then we'll do Josh, then we'll do me, and then we'll do Sean. And since this year's Creatordome has a lot of people in it compared to last time, I've divided it into 3 different segments, as I'm calling them. So we'll definitely see more people as it continues. But for now, it's just going to be us 4. And go ahead, Dilly.
We're like the main 4. We're the face of Creatordome.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We are like the cool kids. Anyway,
Definitely. We got the most interesting projects.
Without any waiting, because I don't think people like waiting and just hearing Dom talk over and over. That's why not many people watch his update videos.
Hey, yo, what?
Alright, let's kick this off. And to start off, we're going to show a film that's just been released, and I think it's doing well. I actually don't. And it's Quickshot. It stars a whole cast of characters, including Dominic Person, the Sultanist, and Joshua Person. It's a pretty good film. It's pretty long, but I recommend watching it. It's a pretty good film.
Sweet. So for Quickshot, Dilly, you've obviously had the idea for a while. How long did it take you to get it out there?
Well, the plan for Quickshot was to come out about 3 years ago or so, but I've always been putting it on the back burner. Originally, it was going to be more set in. It was going to be all done on Xbox, a Vietnam film done, on a console. But as soon as I got onto PC and started making old legends and 80s films and carrying on making other films, I thought doing it on PC is the best option because you get access to a lot more, different elements. Quickshot was originally meant to come out in early 2020, but I kind of put the project on back burner and worked on another film, which was a little lucky. And I'm thinking that worked out for the better because looking at the old footage of Quickshot, it's really rough. But compared to the new footage now, which is a lot more better and more improvement, stylized, and we also got better voice casts, it helped the film in the long run actually waiting. So go and check out Quickshot right now.
Sweet.
And the second film that should be coming out later this month is the one in the famous dark universe. It needs no introduction.
Yep.
The Haunting.
Something strange from far beyond is haunting all my dreams. Everything looks inside out, not quite as it seems. Oh, slide on in, magic little wicked queen. Come on, take a spin. The evil cannot get us. You take them on jackpot snakes in boots on a Saturday night. Kicking down doors, trying to make it happen. Swing, don't miss in the wicked fight. And then we'll start to stroll, sway and roll, take control, yeah.
So when that comes out, go and watch The Haunting. It's a good film. It's a 20s period piece, but it's also a black comedy. I would recommend watching it, especially if you're a big fan of the Dark Universe.
For The Haunting, Dilly, when do you think that'll come out?
It should be coming out later this month. Or already out now. I don't know. Still in the process. It all depends on when this Creatordome comes out.
Fair enough. I'm really looking forward to it and what you're doing with it. I know we talked about it in the Dark Universe podcast, but I think your use of mods and everything, as well as the interesting characters that you helped or created for it, will definitely be the highlights of it, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, because compared to most other like Lovecraftian series and stuff, this was based off a D&D campaign, which was a Lovecraftian story as well. So it was basically adapting that into a film. Because whenever everyone goes for inspiration for a Lovecraftian film, they always go for like really famous classic stories. But the ones I'm using, they're really obscure, no one really knows about it, and it gives a lot of wiggle room for character dynamics and putting my own things, spin on the universe. It also ties in a lot to the rest of the Dark Universe, and you may see these characters again at some point in the future. Who knows?
Nice. That's what I like about the Dark Universe, is because even though it is connected, or not connected, but it is inspired by H.P. Lovecraft's work, you can kind of do your own thing with it. I like that.
And I do know there's a ton of awesome and amazing films in the Dark Universe, especially Season 2. Season 2 has the best films.
Dunwich.
What about Dunwich?
No, I like Dunwich.
Yeah.
You know, you could just have a whole podcast about that. No, actually, one thing I was gonna say, Dilly, was I really do look forward to it. How connected is it going to be to the rest of the films? Like, is Nathan Arkham going to show up at all? Or
Yo, spoiler alert, man. What if he
I
decides?
can't reveal what may or may not.
Yeah,
happen.
I know you're not gonna like reveal much, but I just didn't know if like, you know, because we know some are more connected and some are less connected.
Yeah.
Considering where this film is taking place. It's taking place in 1924. It's very influenced in the 1920s. It's set in Boston, and it's already revealed in the trailer. It's going to also deal with a cult as well as the haunting. A lot of the cult elements and the rest of the detective element of the story will tie into the greater universe. It may not like be super direct, like you may not see, oh, this character's showing up.
Yeah.
Well, you may do see them. Who knows? You gotta watch the film.
Exactly. I respect that.
So that's the two films that are currently coming out. I'm gonna go through the Legendsverse films first, and then we'll talk about my other projects. So after I get the Haunting done, it's going to go straight back to working on Phase 3 of the Legends films. And the first one that will be coming out of all these is Andrew Rider 2, dubbed The Inner Circle. This takes place 6 years before the first Andrew Rider film, and it's going to be set before, the first Legend of Los Santos film. It's going to be set in 2014, around that time, and you're going to watch how Andrew Rider, goes through the Inner Circle, taking down, the Inner Circle. It's going to star Riptide as Andrew Rider himself.
Yeah.
And we're going to watch him how he meets another character from the first film, Andy. It's going to tie in heavily to the first film, watching how these characters grow from Andrew Rider 2 to the first film. They're also going to heavily tie into I'm confirming there will be an Andrew Rider 3 at some point, and it's going to conclude the trilogy. Because there's 2 series that I have a trilogy set out, and they're always planned to be trilogies. You can watch these films without knowing the greater universe. Well, same with most of these films.
Sweet.
And speaking about, you go first.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead. I was just
I was just gonna say, speaking about these 2 trilogies, they're both gonna come out one after the other. And since they're both from the second films, there's gonna be a lot of parallels between them.
Sweet.
the second film I'll be releasing is Agents 2, The Schumann Paradox. This film, instead of set in the past, is going to be set in present day of the universe. It's going to deal with the fallout of the previous Legend of Los Santos films, and we're going to follow the Agents 2 traveling through the political climate and as a terrorist threat threatens America. It's going to take a lot of inspiration from games that inspired me, mostly a game called Black Ops 2, which is a really good game, over series like Mission Impossible and James Bond, whereas Andrew Ryder is very inspired by John Wick-esque action. Both of these series are very distinct, and because they're so distinct, it makes them stand out more unique in the universe.
Okay.
So, the film after that, I'm not going to say the name, I'm basically Dom, insert the title card, because I wanted to have like cool title card showing off.
Okay.
And it's Time Guide 2.
Yo, Time Guide 2.
The first Time Guide did really well. People really seem to love it, especially the characters. And I love the person who played Time Guide. And so I thought, you know what? Let's expand the world. And he's in, because I love the character of Time Guide, that's why he's getting the film so soon after the first one. It's going to greatly expand on the time-based action of the first film. So the first film, it was very centralized in one location, the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
But this one is going to go all over the place. We're going to go to the future, the past, the present. We're going to see different versions of the characters. As Time Guide 2 focuses on multiple versions of Time Guides all working together. I was heavily inspired by Loki ever since I saw the first trailer, so this is taking very Loki inspiration, especially with all the time stuff and what's going to happen. That's all I can say, and I can't wait for it to actually come out. People can see it. It's going to be good.
Dilly, is there something I wanted to add?
Mm-hmm.
Is it, so it's not like parallel universes or anything, it's like time travel, right? Like kind of like variants and stuff, like Loki, you said?
No, it's not. Well, it's Vicky. Basically, think about this. You have your main universe. You can travel to any point in time, well, any point in the future or the past, but whenever you go to these futures past, it's a similar reality, but it's different. So you can, what you affect in that past doesn't affect the main timeline.
Oh,
Basically,
it's
a
like
multiverse.
Yeah, it's
It's
like
a
a
big
multiverse.
multiverse.
Kind of like how
But-
they explain it to be in like Avengers Endgame and stuff.
Yes. I'm taking more with Rick and Morty, where how they had the different multiverses and travel and stuff.
Cheers.
Especially because it's dealing with different versions of Time Guys all working together. And since it's all from parallel universes, it's going to be very crazy. It's going to be very out there.
Oh, maybe what are you waiting still?
So, the next film after that would be Nightshade. Nightshade is it's about a guy who creates a suit armor and calls himself Nightshade. Nothing more to say. It's basically introducing this character into the universe, and it's gonna be a film set in Japan. It's gonna be a Japanese Iron Man film, basically.
That sounds kind of cool, actually.
That's what kind of the vibes I was getting off when you said like a suit.
It
That's kinda cool.
But what the biggest thing that's introduced in Nightshade isn't the main character. It's actually two of the villains that will be shown up and will star in their own film later on. I'll get to that in a second. But Nightshade is just it's kind of a self-contained story introducing these characters, a very origin-esque story. As we follow Nightshade dealing with the fallout of, the world after Legends Fall. After that, the best character of all time is finally getting a sequel, Arrow Man 2. It's been so long since the first one came out, which was like in 2017.
Damn.
So finally, Arrow Man 2 is going to come out. It's going to star the best character of all time. And it's going to deal into more of the personal conflicts of the character. And
Billy,
and
cut out again.
basically going to their minds and how it's. Why did it keep cutting out?
I don't
But
know.
yeah, it's going to play. It's going to focus on a lot of their psychiatrical, it's going to be very physiological, dealing with the trauma, mental anguish of being a hero, and for all that, while Arrowman builds another team.
Sweet.
Another film that'll be set after that is another character that's kind of underrated, and they're kind of a joke, but at the same time, they're not. And it's going to be Mexican Man. Mexican Man, his name's a joke, but the character isn't. It's going to the main villain is going to be a cartel. It is very Mexican inspired in the character and stuff. It's going to dealing with his troubles, his past, especially in modern times. The name is kind of a joke, but at the same time, the story is like kind of serious and grounded. It's kind of like a contrast. After that, another sequel, Midget Man 2.
Oh, Midget Man? What?
Midget Man was my Ant-Man inspired character. He had a film before, but it got YouTube's been done with being done with copyrights and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm doing this one. It's gonna be like a Hobbit type film. So imagine Saw, but with Ant-Man.
Wait, Saw with Ant-Man with the Hobbit.
Saw with
No, not Hobbit. Saw with Ant-Man.
Okay.
Think like that. It's a very Hobbit-esque, violent slasher film with the character as it deals with a villain called Madness. Very twisted and making traps and stuff.
Yeah.
After that, we've got like a grounded film called Kings of Sandy. This is going to be focused on a crime syndicate and their life in Sunny Shores area, dealing with crime. There's trafficking weed, weapons, and drugs, and it just shows the crime syndicate and how they handle their day-to-day life in Sunny Shores with the police and stuff. It's a very Breaking Bad-esque movie. And one of my favorite characters is the main family of the film, because there's 3 characters in the syndicate. You got Charlie Cox Jr., who is a criminal lawyer. His father, Charlie Cox, who's a complete crazy, insane person. And then the main character, Andrew Cox. If you can't tell, the name is very...
Cock?
The names are...
a lot of cocks.
So we got
The
Midget
names
Man,
are-
we got Cock, we got Mexican Man. We're gonna start forming the Avengers and GTA.
Well, this is...
The midget.
no,
Can I be the cock?
Is this the cinematic sexual universe?
Yeah. No. The Charlie Cox name is a very proud name. You got Charlie Cox Jr. He has a law film called Junior Cox. Is it
COX?
No.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Hey, yo, what?
This is the whole point. Okay, these characters are meant to be very outlandish, very they're meant to be crazy, dumb. The other characters are more serious, and especially in this film, in Kings of Sandy, a lot of these characters are very serious. But you got this family who most of them are playing a small role, but you have them, as a lighthearted, they're the lighthearted fun of that film. And what happens in this film actually will have big consequences in the future universe.
Okay.
Hey, remember when I mentioned that 2 villains will show up again? The 2 villains from Nightshade?
Yeah.
Here's the film they're going to show up in. It's called Gangs of Villains. I really like the name, so I'm sticking with it. It is basically a Suicide Squad film about a mercenary group going on a simple objective, getting an artifact. They're not being forced to, they're being asked to and paid a lot of money. 2 of the characters from Nightshade and other villains from previous films are all being brought in together to go on this quest, with a lot of them planning to die. That's the whole point of Gang of Villains, and it will play into the next Legend of Los Santos film, Legend of Los Santos 5, and I'm not revealing the name yet. I will reveal that name later on.
Okay.
But in this universe, I do have plans to make small TV show like series. One of them be called Tales from the Legends. This is going to heavily focus on, separate side stories in the Legends universe, mostly focused on the early history, because between Legends 2 and Legends Civil War, it has no explanation where all these characters come from. So this series will explain a lot of that. It'll fill in the gaps as well as introduce other characters and other stories, and lead into another series called Burnout MC. It's going to be about a motorcycle group called the Burnouts, and it's more of a prequel to most of these other films. And the final film in the universe I'm going to reveal, like I said before here, it hasn't got a name yet. I haven't figured out a name. I'm still working on it. It's very early pre-production. But because being LGBTQ myself, it's going to be a film focused on that. It's going to be a very LGBT-centric film, dealing with a character who has those struggles and identifying with other people in that community. So it's going to be like a film for that.
That's cool. I respect that. That's something different. I don't think anything has really been done like that in the GTA machinima community before.
And so I just thought, it will be, talk about these struggles, especially my experiences.
Yeah.
So that's all the films for the Legends universe I have. But I do have 4 other films that are side projects.
Okay.
The first one, starring Dominic Edwards, is a crazy person. You may know them. They're kind of small. It's called The Freeman. It's a Half-Life. It's set in the Half-Life universe, and it's going to be about a guy who wants to be free. That's why it's called The Freeman. It's a play on Gordon Freeman, The Free Man. You get the idea.
Mm.
It's a very depressing film. As
Well
the
then.
character travels from one place to another while being chased by multiple groups, including the Combine. It's been set just before Half-Life 2.
So wait, is it a GTA machinima or is it like
Yes.
a Half-Life machinima? Okay.
It's
Wait,
GTA
wait. What was the title again?
The Free Man.
Oh, okay. Because for a second I thought you said Free Guy. I was like, bruh, is this based off the Free
No,
Guy
no,
movie?
no. No, it's a play on the main character, Gordon Freeman. It's a play on that.
Morgan Freeman?
Gordon Freeman.
Oh, Gordon Freeman. Okay.
It's a Half-Life character.
Hello,
You
it's
know
me,
Gordon
Morgan.
Freeman, Dom?
Wait, what did you say, Josh?
Do you know Gordon Freeman
No.
from Half-Life?
No,
He's
I've
the
never
main
played
character.
Half-Life.
Play Half-Life is great.
Yeah, but we should release Half-Life 3 things.
It'll
Yeah, they
already
should.
exist. It's called Alex.
Valve
yeah,
Games will never do that.
It's set before Half-Life 2, and it's very kind of depressing.
I don't know if the VR game counts though. I don't know if it
Technically
does.
does. Anyway, sometime this October, as I always release a Halloween film on October. Well, I try to at least. And it's Bbpoopdeck 4. It's the 4th film, and it's going to start a new trilogy with a new story, a new cast. I'm going to confirm the main cast is the Squadron Orange, as they be violently murdered. And then there's going to be one more film with the RS Clan, which me and my friends. It's going to be one more film about us, and it's the RS Clan road trip. It's a very final hurrah film, going on a big road trip across the entire map of GTA.
Okay.
And the final film I'm going to announce, it's set in the Star Wars universe, similar to Scout Trooper.
By Vintage Productions.
By Vintage Productions, yes. Go and watch that film if you haven't already. And it's basically taking the Legends characters and seeing what if they were in the Star Wars universe.
So sort of like a what if Marvel kind of scenario?
Not really. Think of it more like their variants from Loki. And it's called Legends, a Star Wars story.
Legends is your
Yes.
Is your
It's basically those characters, but in Star Wars, and it's going to be set few years after the end of the Empire, and it's going to the main villain is going to be an Imperial warlord taking over an entire planet, with the group having to come together to face off against this Imperial lord.
That's pretty cool. It's kind of something a little different, and it's kind of like your own take on Star Wars while you're doing that.
The thing that really confused me about a lot of Star Wars media do, they don't humanize the stormtroopers. You know, they're kind of like faceless people going down. In this film, I want to make people feel bad for killing stormtroopers, and that's going to be really fun to do.
I feel like that's what they should have done with Finn in the sequel trilogy, but
that's what I think. I love Finn and what he could have done, but with these characters, I'm saying they're not good people. So them killing stormtroopers, it shouldn't be seen. Oh yes, they're killing stormtroopers. It should be like, oh no, they're killing people just doing their job. I want to play into more of that story, because the main villain, he's gonna be like a villain, but the people under him aren't. They're just helpless people stuck in conflict. Because how I picture it in the Star Wars universe, after the end of the Empire, they had their own version of the Nuremberg trials. I don't know how you say it. So if those troopers surrendered to the New Republic, they're probably heavily faced execution and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why they're still serving under an Imperial warlord. So that's that's my entire list. All the films will be coming out in the next year or two. Well, mostly 2 years or so.
I like that. It's definitely a large list with a very large scale, and I can't wait to see what you do, especially like with the Star Wars project and like Time Guide 2, with the use of mods and everything. It really,
I'm probably most excited. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Dom. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm probably most excited for the Star Wars one and the Iron Man Japanese one.
Oh yeah,
what's it called? Nightshade, is it?
Nightshade.
Yeah, Nightshade.
Yeah.
That sounds really cool.
Wait, aren't they making are you talking about the Star Wars anime show they're doing?
No,
it's about his project.
Oh,
that he's doing.
They just announced a Star Wars TV show that's anime.
Yeah, I know. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's anime. That's Star Wars if it was anime.
Oh yeah.
I know, and it's really cool. But yeah, that's all my films, and I'm done. I'm gonna go and nap. That was a lot to say.
Up next on Creatordome, we have the Joshua Filmz panel, and Josh has a few films to announce and to discuss and everything, especially his Halloween lineup. So, Josh, are you there, man? Josh. Yo. Yo, that mask is really creepy. Where'd you get that?
Uncle Barry?
So, I pretty much got this at Walmart for like $5.
Okay.
So, how do you want me to start off? I just go ahead.
Oh yeah, just so obviously you've had, 2020 was kind of a rough year for everybody, and with productivity and filmmaking and everything. I remember you kind of took a break, and then you kind of returned. I think it was late last year, like Halloween season with Pumpkin 2. And
yeah, I as everyone knows, I tried to overdo myself with projects that I just clearly couldn't do. Which is why when I announced Halloween month, I was like, hey, I'm going to work on 3 big projects, which was a total mistake. So hold on a sec. For this Halloween, everything in terms of stuff for Bbpoopdeck is going to be the same. So I'll go ahead and list those off first, and then I'll list off the live action.
Okay.
So obviously I'm working on the Dark Universe Deep Ones, but by the time we release this, it'll probably be out. In September, I'm going to be releasing Pikmin's Model, which won't be as long as the Deep Ones, because the Deep One's 32 minutes, and Shadow over Innsmouth was 22 minutes, I think. So it'll be maybe 19 to 20 minutes, because I'm not really going for long with that one. I just kind of want to make it like a little side thing. And it'll basically be about a painter named Pickman who paints these distorted drawings or paintings, or he does like a bunch of weird imagery. And so this interviewer decides, hey, I'm going to go interview. Why are you drawing all these things? And he takes him down to his cellar, and it's later revealed that he has creatures living on the wall that he gets inspiration from, and then some other stuff happens that I'm not going to spoil. So
sounds cool. And that is actually a story by Lovecraft, right? Like Pickman's
Well. It is. I always found that one kind of interesting because I actually found out about Shadow over Innsmouth through like a music video. I think it was like a ripoff of a Christmas song.
Wait.
Men.
Oh, was that live action music video? And they had like it's kind of like 10 or 15 years old.
It was like it's beginning. I think the video was called like It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like Fishmen or something. I actually found out about that. I had no idea it was H.P. Lovecraft related, and I did more digging. I was like, I really want to use that for inspiration.
Is that the one that makes fun of like Joker?
No, definitely not like that. I don't know where you got Joker from.
There's one you told me about. It's like, you said Arkham. You copied H.P. Lovecraft or something with Arkham.
I think you're referring to the Pennywise versus Joker rap.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's what I'm thinking about.
What the fuck
I did not say that.
I'm sorry, man. Forget it.
You're all good.
So yeah, that?
Yep, that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, so the deep ones will follow off of Shadow over Innsmouth and Colorado Space, because Hound obviously made Dagon, but then decided to delete it for some reason. So I'm gonna try and finish fill in the blank space that he did. So hopefully that'll clear things up. But after the Dark Universe, I have a few films coming out in September before I release my Halloween films. But I'm gonna go ahead and just talk about those because the films in September, those aren't like big projects or anything.
Okay.
So first of all, I don't know if I'll do this or not, but I have an idea to do a Red Dead 2 Halloween themed movie. It'll be kind of found footage-esque, but it won't have anything to do with GTA, because I learned from my mistakes of the Johnson murders, where the GTA segments were clearly the worst part. But I might not make it. It's just kind of an idea that I'm getting thrown around my head.
Okay.
But in terms of like GTA, my first project that I'm going to be working on is like a remaster of my Halloween 3 movie, Season of the Witch. And then I'm going to work on the final chapter for House of Nightmares, which will basically follow up on the last one, where the second one took place in a haunted attraction. This one will take place in an amusement park where the main survivors of the last two tried to come together and finish off the killer once and for all. And let's just say the end result is a little bit messy, but it's worth it in the end because they got to survive. Then I'm going to be finishing up Scarecrow 3. As you can see, I'm a big fan of trilogies. Scarecrow 3 will basically follow the main character of the last two films, where he tries to find a way to finish off the Scarecrow, but it turns out there is something deeper that might just go down in his bloodline. So that might cause some interesting things to happen as he tries to defeat the Scarecrow for the last time. And then I'm going to pay homage to a movie I find scary, but not that many people do. For anyone watching knows about a movie called Ghost Watch. This is my love letter to that film. It's basically, Ghost Watch it was like a real TV broadcast that people thought was real. People at the time were calling it the modern day War of the Worlds. Basically, a lot of people sat down, watched it, thinking it was a Halloween TV special called Ghost Watch. And then as it progressed, it got progressively worse as ghosts started appearing. And towards the end, it just went into utter chaos. Many parents and children complained. And unfortunately, it's never gotten a theatrical release. I saw it through a website and I really loved it. So this film that I'm working on called The Devil's Floor is going to be similar to that, where it's about a TV broadcaster going into not an abandoned hotel, but like a vacant or like evacuated hotel. And for the Halloween special that he's doing, he decides to go do a challenge in an elevator that's haunted. And basically, when he does like a certain challenge, the elevator opens the gates of hell, and any spirits, if they want to, they can get out since he's done the challenge. And they got to find a way to get out of the hotel while the viewers are watching thinking it's fake. Mm-hmm. And for my last one on Bbpoopdeck will be Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, my version, because last year I did Rob Zombie's Halloween, and it's considered my best GTA project, though.
Isn't that the one that got like 10,000 views or something?
Yeah, 10,000.
That's crazy.
It's already been like, it's been like a year, and it's already gotten them. It's my.
I thought you actually made that in like 2019. I didn't realize it was last year.
No, 2019 I made Halloween 2018.
Yeah.
Year. Yeah.
Yeah, you did Rob. I still haven't seen your Rob Zombie one.
I'm actually down to watch that with you guys, because that one, like, even Tony says that's my best work. Tony really likes that one. So here's the thing, though. Rob Zombie, when he made Halloween 1, I actually really like that movie, and maybe that's why my mind turned out so good, because I like the actual movie. But I'm just gonna say, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, it sucks. It's terrible. So there's a lot of dumb shit in that movie. There is a white horse subplot that's a ghost. Freaking Michael Myers' mother communicates through Michael Myers' ghost. It's retarded. So yeah, it's really bad. I guess Rob Zombie was told that he can do his own thing, since he didn't really. In fact, Rob Zombie didn't even want to do the sequel. So for my movie, I'm gonna definitely change some elements. I'm not gonna add the white horse subplot. If you just look it up, you can see what I mean. It's terrible. But I'll take inspiration from that movie. It'll obviously be similar and how the movie flows, but there are a lot of things that I will change up for the movie to be better, considering how Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is considered the worst Halloween movie in the franchise. And now that I'm done with that, I'm going to move on to my Halloween month for my Joshua Films lineup. So for those not aware, last year I announced Pumpkin 2 along with the Halloween Spirit and another one about a dream I had, but those ones were a little too big, and I couldn't get them out in time. In fact, Pumpkin 2 didn't come out on Halloween. It came out in December. So,
I remember that. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
It came out in December because.
Yeah, it did. For some reason, I thought it came out on Halloween. Yeah, it did come out in December. Wasn't it just after Christmas?
Imagine that, a Halloween movie coming out in December. Oh wait. So the films that I'm working on this year, I already have an idea what I'm going to be doing, and next week I'm actually going to get straight to work on that. I'm not going to do it. If I can't do it, I'm not going to do it. Just plain and simple. I'm not going to try and work myself like I did last year, one film. But I think I have a bunch of interesting ideas here. For example, I'm doing a movie called Haunt House, which is, for anyone who's seen Lake Mungo or Savage Land, it's a mockumentary where it feels like a documentary, like it takes on the approach of a documentary, but it's actually fake. So it'll be about this independent filmmaker who remembers a commercial he saw when he was about 9 or 10, and it was for a haunted attraction called Haunt House, and no one knows about it. There's no way to find it. He doesn't even know if it's open or if it's closed. Like I said, he saw it when he was 9 or 10, this commercial for it. So then he decides, you know what? I'm gonna hunt down whoever made it. I'm gonna seek this place because there's like a urban legend going around that if you find it, it's like supposedly the scariest thing, the scariest haunt you'll ever go to, and you won't make it out alive. So he decides to do that for his project, but we'll see how that goes for him, at least. So then after that, I'm going to work on a movie called Halloween Spirit, where this kid he's dared by his friend to go into a haunted trail for Halloween. And because it's haunted, he's like, I don't want to do it. But his friend offers him $500.
God damn.
Because his sister,
I mean, you might as well for that price.
Yeah, his sister is in need of surgery, so he takes the challenge, and he decides, I gotta do this for my sister. So he goes through the trail thinking, okay, it's just what the fuck is Sean doing? So he goes through the trail thinking it's just a Halloween urban legend, but it turns out to be true. So And for my last two, this one, depending if Dom and Sean even want to do it, it's going to be an anthology called The Dead of Night, where a writer goes to a Halloween-themed website to look for stories to post to his website. And stories he reads are going to be shorts sent in by people who want to be a part of it. So, for instance, Dom, I talked with him about it. He had an idea to do a stop-motion claymation of some sort. The rules are that it has to be Halloween-themed or horror-themed, but and under 5 minutes, and that's about it. You can do whatever you want. You can even spice in some comedy or action in there. It just got to has horror, and it's got to be under 5 minutes and Halloween theme. And that's pretty much it. It's just a bunch of short stories, while the writer is kind of like the main story, where he's reading all the stories. If anyone's seen any anthology movie, they know how that goes. And the last one is a remake to my Halloween movie. For anyone who's seen my Halloween movie, it's dog shit. I couldn't get a Michael Myers costume. My friend had a Michael Myers mask, which sucked. It was like one of the worst Halloween Michael Myers masks I've ever seen. If you go to Google and you type in Michael Myers mask, you'll see what I mean. They're terrible. It's like he got it from the Dollar Tree and was like, "Hey, I got a Michael Myers mask." And I even told him, "Hey man, throw on some coveralls to make it look more scary, or like maybe even a hoodie." But he said, "No, I don't want to do that." And I'm like, "Why?" And he says, "Don't fucking ask me, just record." I'm like, "Okay, fine, I'll do that. The movie's gonna turn out bad, but sure." Looking back, it's definitely bad. So I'm planning to remake it. I'm not gonna overdo myself and make it 20 minutes. I'm not gonna try and follow the movie exactly the way it was made, but kind of do my own thing. And things I got right here are some drawings that I've made for the movie. I'm going to be working on the script next week. I'm not going to show all of them, but which one that I'm going to show? This one. Okay, this one's probably my favorite. So, yeah, this will be released on Halloween. I don't know if you guys can see it because there we go.
Okay, looks cool.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of drawings that Michael Myers drew when he was a child and in the hospital or mental asylum, whatever it is in the movie. It'll basically be about Lance Strode, because obviously I can't do Laurie Strode, so I'll do Lance Strode. He is basically inviting his friend over for just a fun night to celebrate Halloween. Michael Myers escapes and he hunts down a bunch of people one by one because he's pure evil. It's not like the sequels where they tried to make it that it was Laurie Strode and Michael Myers were connected. I'm not doing that because it makes Michael Myers less scary. I think it's more scary when Michael Myers is just this uncontrollable killing machine who just kills because he likes it. I want it to just be about, like, I'm not going to overdo it. All that shit that was in those movies, I'm just going to try and do it simple. It's going to be like maybe 9-10 minutes, where it's about a friend who invites a friend over for Halloween to just kind of hang out. And then Michael Myers sees what they're doing. And it's like, you know what? Those are my victims that I'm going to choose for this night. And through like drawings and stuff like that I've made, and oh shit, I'm holding nothing. The fuck? Fuck it. Shit.
Hold it over your face. There you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this fucking drawing.
That's creepy, actually.
You find that creepy?
Well, not like, oh my god, I'm fucking scared, but like it just looks unnerving. Like it looks like Michael Myers, but it kind of doesn't.
Yeah, sure. Made his neck huge.
Sweet.
But yeah, that's pretty much it for the lineup of Halloween movies for my Bbpoopdeck channel and Joshua Filmz. So yeah, Bbpoopdeck, I got all those, and Joshua Filmz will be the live action ones. So go check them out. Starts this October 1st. Hopefully I can get them all out. I definitely intend to get at least 1 or 2 out for Joshua Filmz, whether that be Haunt House or Dead of the Night, because those ones are probably the easiest. But next week I'm going to try and start filming Halloween Spirit and try to get that one out in time while I work on the script for Halloween. So there you go.
Now there's one project you're missing, Josh.
And what's that? Oh, okay.
The Oregon one. The one you shot in Oregon.
Oh, okay. So you do want me to talk about that?
Well, if you want to, you don't have to. But
well, no, I'll go ahead and talk about it. I got no problem with that. So back in 2018, I made a Slenderman movie called Slenderman. It sucked. For a first film, it's not bad or anything, but definitely could have used some tweaks. So late last year, 2020, I decided I want to do like some sort of not anthology, but like I want to do like a short series on YouTube, like an ARG, where it's about this guy who goes with his mother to his family reunion, and on their way back, they find an old house that they don't know if it's like their relative's house or if it's family owned or whatnot. So they go in, they find a tape, and they watch, and this guy basically explains about this thing called the Watcher, which is my version of Slenderman.
Mhm.
Who, if you discover that the Watcher has been watching you, then he will hunt you down, and there's like there will be certain ways he'll try to come for you. So it's similar to The Ring, where like you have a certain amount of time to try and figure out what you're gonna do, like 7 days, for example, in The Ring. But in this one, it's like there's different phases that you go through. Like for example, each day he'll get Slenderman. My version of Slenderman, the Watcher, will get closer. But due to COVID, I think it was due to lockdowns, I decided not to. Yeah, because I tried to I figured, hey, I could do this in Oregon because I actually go to a family reunion every year. But last year it got canceled because of the lockdown, so I couldn't go to Oregon to film it. So I figured next year, if everything's open, I'll do that. But then I just decided, hey, why not make it just a movie? Why do I even have to make it a series? I feel like a movie would be a lot easier. And I can somewhat call it like a remake of my original Slenderman movie, considering that one was dog shit. So yeah, I already filmed like 10 minutes worth of footage of the movie, and now I'm kind of finishing up the script for the rest of the movie, and it should be out sometime in May next year. So
Fair enough.
and
And what did you say it was called again?
Darkwood Pines.
Okay.
Darkwood Pines, like in the sense of the movie, is like it's a road, I believe. Yeah, it was a road in the movie that they're told not to go to, but they're unaware that they actually go onto the road.
Mm-hmm. So. Cool.
Sounds
Yeah, I
cool.
look forward to it.
I have a question for Josh.
Yeah.
I know you got all these horror films. For the films that I'm curious about, what other films do you plan to do after the Halloween stuff?
Well, you see, wait. In terms of Joshua Films or for Bbpoopdeck?
Poop Dick person.
Okay, well, for November, I'm planning to finally, hopefully, release my Clue movie for the 2-year anniversary of Knives Out.
Oh,
which
yeah.
should be on Thanksgiving. So I'll release Clue then, hopefully. I'm also planning on doing Skullface, which originally was going to be a film connected to my superhero cinematic universe, but now that I'm thinking about it, the more I'm just like, I don't even know if I want to do a superhero cinematic universe. Everyone's doing that.
Yeah, I feel copied.
Yeah, I'd rather focus on something more interesting. Personally, I'm a big fan of Indiana Jones. I'd rather focus on an Indiana Jones type universe, where one film would be Red Dead, the other would be in GTA, and the other would be in GTA 2, but it'd have Red Dead segments that would connect to the story. So I'd more be interested in that.
Cool.
Oh,
I like that you're doing a lot more Red Dead stuff. Like, I almost find doing machinimas in Red Dead more enjoyable than GTA because it's so much more lifelike and cinematic, but just editing it is a pain. Because I feel like if they had the Rockstar editor, it would be so fun because you could do like, a Clue machinima and the Saint Denis mansion.
Dude, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
I know, yeah. But go ahead.
Oh, well, I was gonna say that something Dom mentioned a long time ago, and something that I've been thinking about. This isn't confirmed, but I definitely want to say it. I'm actually thinking about making some sort of Christian movie, either in live action or GTA, about a person who struggles with faith and God, and a lot of family stuff goes down with that, and he's just struggling, and it like shows what happens. I feel like it'd be better live action because
That could be cool, Josh.
That'd be
Actually,
really cool.
Yeah, like,
Actually-
I know that we argue a lot about stuff, Josh, but I feel like that if there were anybody to make an actual like Christian type of faith movie, it would be you, and I think you would do a good job at it.
I like the idea that me and Josh both are doing films about, what relates to us, like me LGBT stuff and Josh's Christianity stuff. I find that really cool.
Yeah, kind of a nice parallel there.
Yeah.
You two should get something interesting.
What?
First, like, I don't want to. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Like, I want to do it in live action, but the question is, like, would I even be able to find anyone who'd be willing to give out the emotion that I would be looking for? And not only that, if I decide to do in GTA, I just have a strong feeling that everyone's like, a GTA Christian movie. What's next? What's next? A Minecraft Christian movie? Like, what's next?
I think
I feel
GTA
it'll be
wouldn't
pretty
fit
good.
because of the setting of GTA. It's a
Yeah.
little-
Yeah,
I think you should do it in real life and then maybe try to like get natural like actors and stuff. If you have like maybe when you actually can afford to hire actors.
I
and
had
stuff.
an idea, Josh. You're very involved with your church and other
Yeah.
things. Maybe you could get somebody through there, and maybe if you guys
could.
have a, I doubt you guys have a like a filmmaking club or something.
well,
Maybe if there's, like,
one of my friends or one of our leaders who just left last year, his brother is a filmmaker and he helps with filmmaking and stuff like that. So it very well could work. A title that I'm kind of throwing around in my head is called Sunshine, which basically is about like the guy. He hears a thing from his friend who basically says, when you're with God and God's like the light and stuff like that, he's like, it feels like sunshine is like shining down on you. And so it kind of tackles with him, it's like, well, if God is so loving, why do all these terrible things happen in the world? What like some of the questions that a lot of atheists and people who are just skeptical have. Because here's the thing. I'm not going to go totally off topic, but most Christian movies I see, they suck. They suck.
They do. I can't
'Cause
take them
they're-
seriously.
Yeah. Like, for example, the movie God's Not Dead. When I first saw it, I liked it. But now looking back, it's like it depicts atheists as these horrible people and the Christians as perfect, innocent people. It's like, that's not true.
It's kind of like
Christians-
propaganda.
Yeah, Christians struggle with a lot of stuff. And it says in a lot in the Bible, we're all sinners. So if I ever got the chance to make a Christian movie like this one that I'm talking about, I would definitely want to tackle more about that, like more on the stuff of like,
Yeah, and the whole
the
point of
struggles.
Jesus's message is that even if you stray away from him, you can come back. Like born
Yeah,
again
exactly.
Christians, I think. So like to depict atheists as that, like then what's the point? That just go to hell. then?
Well, before like just the last thing to get off topic, but like Jesus, he hung out with like everybody, like the criminals, like prostitutes, like all that. He didn't hang out with like the rich elite, like Christians. So it's like,
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I look forward to it, Josh.
Yeah, I'll definitely think more about that. And like once I'm done with Halloween, then once I'm done with my Halloween lineup, I'll definitely think more about that idea of that film. So just thought I'd share that.
All right, next up.
my Tiorn,
What? What you say?
my Tiorn, like
Yeah.
I grew from the typical me.
Yeah, so it's your boy Orange Domino Studios. I made a list because I remember last year for Creatordome 1, I didn't really announce anything. I just kind of talked about 0 Hour and A Very Ned Movie 3. But this year I do have a lot of stuff to announce, and let's get into it. So obviously I just finished like a 10-year long journey to finish Nedverse Chapter 1. Because if you think about it, if anybody remembers the original lineup image that I released like about 2 years ago with the orange background and everything and all the logos and whatnot, it said like Nedverse Chapter 1 technically began in 2015, but if you think about it, I worked on that film since 2012. So if you think about it, it was like 9.5 years of me getting from that point to Ned 3. So obviously it's been a long time. I'm kind of like in a hiatus right now, just kind of relaxing, because from that like 9.5 year period, I just kind of kept constantly working on scripts and trying to like, piece everything together. So it was a long ride, and I'm kind of, just chilling out. I did a fundraiser for a Very Ned Movie 3 to raise money for the Doctors Without Borders Foundation. We unfortunately didn't reach our goal, but we got a little over half. And this is one of the shirts from the campaign. And I think I might, sometime in October, sometime in the fall, I might make a second campaign fundraiser to kind of finish the goal, the $100 goal. And because, I mean, if you think about it, the amount of money that people did spend on the campaign, we actually did, we probably raised about like $130, but unfortunately, how inktothepeople.com works, they kind of take most of the money to like manufacture it and ship it and whatnot. So, but I think in time, we will get to that goal, and who knows, maybe there'll be different designs in October, but there will definitely be a second fundraiser. So because I know a few friends, they didn't get paid in time and whatnot. So if you missed your chance to get merch the first time, you can definitely get it in October. So yeah. So I know the biggest thing about my appearance here in Creatordome 2 is the lineup for Nedverse Chapter 2. And I actually wanted to talk about the title real quick, Nedverse. So what I wanted to do with all my live action projects and, a few machinimas like the smoothies and everything, they all take place in the Nedverse. And that's kind of akin, I think the right word would be, to kind of like the Arrowverse from the CW. I fucking hate the CW, by the way. So it's not like I'm inspired by it or anything. I just don't really like the shows. But it's kind of like, one thing I do like about it though is the Arrowverse. Even though you have, I would consider the Flash to be kind of like the mascot for that whole universe or whatever, but they still
Sure.
have. Oh, go ahead.
Essentially, yes, because it's like the multiverse and stuff. And
Yeah,
then because you have until they did the Crisis event, they have Superman and Supergirl were from different Earth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they weren't from the same Earth until the Crisis event. So
Fair enough. But yeah, one thing I do like about the CW though is that they kept the name Arrowverse, and that's kind of a homage to how it all started with Arrow and whatnot. And I did want to do that with the Nedverse, and I was going to call it Nedverse Chapter 2 and everything. But then I kind of started thinking, because now that Ned's chapter is over, even though it would be cool to pay homage to him constantly, I feel like now that I'm opening up to a broader area of filmmaking, and I'm gonna try to be more serious and everything, and more on a not a personal level, but just kind of do it in that sense, in that regard, that it's less character based and more professional, like cinema, if anything, if that makes sense. So what I think I might end up doing is renaming the Nedverse to the Dominoverse, which I have kind of mentioned in the past. So the Nedverse, I'm gonna say that by default, Dominoverse Chapter 2 lineup will be as followed, and I'll kind of put it like the logos on the screen in post. All right, so first up, we have Joe the Movie 2 Genesis. Now, I've had this idea for actually 2 or 3 years now. The first Joe movie was kind of shit, and I even said that in the beginning of the movie, that this movie didn't reflect my true talents as a filmmaker. But with Joe the Movie 2, obviously that's going to be a sort of epilogue to Ned 3, and it will kind of feature Joe and Death as they, spoiler alert for Ned 3, kind of deal with Ned's, I wouldn't say disappearance, because he did say goodbye to them at the end, but Ned's not there anymore. So at the end of Ned 3, they kind of left, and Joe and Death left the house in search of new adventures, as they said. But at the end of the day, they eventually come back to the house. There's no running water. There's no electricity. So Death has to do some weird cosmic shit. and get stuff up and running again. They have to like go out for food and everything because they can't cook. So it'll kind of like feature a depressed Joe and just him kind of coming to terms with like, you know, Ned's gone. What am I going to do next? And that kind of leads into, kind of says goodbye to the old ways and into the.
Okay, this is giving me some Far From Home things with like Spider-Man. Like, I'm trying to get away from Tony Stark's image.
I mean, I guess you could say that, but like, I remember in my update video, my 2020 update video, I mentioned this concept that, or series, I don't know how you would want to call it, but this horror genre or whatever of the atrocities. And that, think when it comes to the atrocities, kind of think of Trevor Henderson's art. I don't know if any of you guys know him, Trevor Henderson, but
I don't.
I think Josh knows him. I don't know. Josh is being snarky and quiet right now.
What's his name again?
Trevor Henderson.
Yes. He's the one that made Siren Head.
Yeah, Siren Head.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, fun fact. Trevor Henderson actually was the one that told everyone about Savage Land. That's how I found out about it. Anyways, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I saw that he tweeted about that on Twitter. But yeah, he his artwork really inspired me, and H.P. Lovecraft, all different types of cosmic horror and stuff along that genre, Bloodborne, even a bit of Dark Souls, really inspired me to make the atrocities. And I have like, you know, a whole bunch of drawings in my idea book to, you know, make different types. So basically think cryptids, think weird things you see at night, weird floating people in the sky, creatures under your bed type thing. But really kind of dark and creepy with a cosmic touch to it. So without giving too much away for Joe the Movie 2, that whole atrocity thing is officially revealed and is introduced. And obviously I can't go full on like cryptid, like Bigfoot or Loch Ness Monster or anything because of my budget, but I am going to start off small. And yeah, it'll definitely be, because I know I promised that Dominoverse Chapter 2 was going to be primarily horror based. So I'll definitely keep my promise. And yeah. So that will kind of branch, like the ending of Joe the Movie 2 will branch off into this whole new, I wouldn't say like a new timeline, but just new progression of events that build upon each story. So second up, we have Project A, the Quentin Sanders tapes. Now, Project A is an idea I had since like last October, November, December. And fun fact, I actually got the idea from Dunwich, because I remember originally I had canceled Dunwich, but I really liked the idea of like having a professor and like an old, you know, college campus and everything. And I don't know if I ever told you guys about this, but basically I had this idea where to make, you know, like Dark Universe Dunwich into an audiobook. And it would have had like, I think Ran was going to narrate it, and there were going to be like sound effects and everything. And it was going to be like a audiobook. But
that's quiet. I don't think you ever mentioned that.
Yeah. But obviously that never happened, and I brought Dunwich back, and so the rest was history. But I did like the idea of audio-based stuff, so I kind of kept that idea in the back of my head. And then your boy Josh here, Joshua Films, introduced me to...
What's up?
He introduced me to the FNAF tapes and stuff along those lines.
Criminal.
All these other tapes and everything, like these fan films for like FNAF and whatnot. And I recommend you guys look them up if you haven't already, because they are genuinely creepy. And once you know the lore behind everything, it kind of, you know, it makes you unnerved, like it gives you an unnerving feeling and whatnot.
Dom,
So,
if I could ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Out of like the VHS series, and this doesn't just go for FNAF, this goes for like, the Harmony and Horror and Martin Walls or the Walton files.
Oh yeah.
What is your favorite VHS series from what you've seen? It doesn't even have to be, in that category of like animatronics. It could be like any ARG VHS style series.
Well,
What's your favorite?
I think the Walton Files is definitely creepy, especially with what's his name, Jack.
Yeah, Jack Walton.
Like the pictures are really creepy.
Yeah.
But I feel like
agree.
What's the guy who did the criminal tape, Squimpius
Squimpus McGrimpus.
Yeah, I think he did it the best. So I think that's probably my pick for that.
So just basically the basic FNAF tapes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fair enough.
I've never really played FNAF. I don't, I've never really, probably won't ever play them, but the way he kind of made the lore into its own thing, I really respect that. And it definitely takes what was a kind of like a kid's game into like a whole adult, really gory and like graphic nightmare scenario. So
I wouldn't say that FNAF was ever kids game, but
well, I mean, it was targeted towards kids, but
kind of. It was.
I played it when I was in like grade 6, so I guess you could say it was a kid game.
When I first saw like the FNAF like exploding, I actually wasn't a big fan of it until I watched Markiplier. I was like, this game looks like a lot of fun. But Dom, you should play it. You really should. It's like $4 on freaking PlayStation.
Oh, it's on PlayStation. I thought it was like a PC game.
All of them are on PlayStation.
All consoles.
And not only that, they're on the iPhone too.
Oh, sweet. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're
what
all
did you say, Dilly?
And they're all on consoles as well. They're on the Switch, the Xbox, they're on the Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah, they're there too.
I've the 5. I think I have a sister's location as well on Steam because it was like $4 for the 5 of them.
Sweet. Anyways, back
I
to
never really
Project A, man.
Okay.
Anyways, I was really inspired by the FNAF tapes and just how creepy it is, especially when Josh. So before I get into that, so it kind of led me, because originally Project A, the Quentin Sanders tapes, was going to be just like audio based. So you guys know when you look up like a music video or like a song on YouTube and you get like one of those topic channels, like the auto generated channels with like no video or anything. It's just like the album cover, like the art. That's what Project A was going to be, like just pure primarily audio. But then like with the FNAF tapes, it made me want to do like kind of a VHS filter, and it'll make sense because it's kind of like FBI confiscated evidence locker kind of, like, I don't want to get too into it, but and then when Josh here introduced me to Savage Land, this really interesting like documentary type movie, and in that movie, I don't want to spoil it, but the main character takes pictures when like this weird stuff goes down, and that kind of sealed the deal for me. I was like, okay, I can do that. I think I can do that anyway. And that's what Project A is going to have in it. It's going to be primarily audio based, and it's going to have, like photographs and everything taken by Quentin Sanders, the main protagonist. And what Project A is essentially story-wise, without giving too much away, it's about a college professor named Quentin Sanders who is primarily from Canada, I think like somewhere near the Nova Scotia region. And he gets contacted by the dean of Foxwood University from in Foxwood, Massachusetts. His name is, the dean is Harold Rothman. And basically what Rothman wants Quentin to do is come to Massachusetts, Foxwood, and decipher this recently excavated ancient medieval manuscript, or like this journal book that was written by an English monk. So basically this is still in line with the atrocities and everything, and it will kind of be more of a, more of like a heavy introduction to the darker side of everything. Because, Joe the Movie 2 is going to be kind of like comedy horror, whereas Project A is going to be just like full blown horror. And it will be presented in the like concept of a cassette tape. So the cassette tapes are going to be like the main way how Quentin will communicate with the audience, and he'll kind of be just keeping an audio journal log and everything. And yeah, so it's definitely something I've never really done before, like, audio based. Audio's never been my strong suite. With A Very Ned Movie 3, though, I think I did a really good job with ADR and like sound mixing and the soundtrack and everything. So I really want to continue that like streak of good audio and everything. Even Dunwich too. I think like the music mixing and the sound effects and everything were really good. But yeah, so that'll probably come out sometime in like Joe the Movie 2 will probably come out like maybe February or March. Project A maybe March, April, maybe even a bit earlier than that. Depends on when I can film it. Michael Quinaccia, who voiced in A Very Ned Movie 3. He's a professional voice actor and actor in general. He starred in games like Arkham Origins, Arkham Knight, LA Noire. I might get him on board for Project A to voice Harold Rothman. I think he would be a good choice. But nothing's official yet. I haven't really asked him, but I think there's a possibility he might say yes. So if he does, that would be cool. If not, it's fine. I could find someone else. But yeah. So next up, we got, let me bring it up here. We got the bunker. Now the bunker is it's actually an idea I just had recently, about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it's basically about a man who escaped to an underground bunker in his backyard, and in the event of an apocalypse, should I say. We don't know, as the audience, we don't know if it's a nuclear apocalypse, if it's an alien apocalypse, but as the movie continues, you'll see more about him and his backstory and why he's like not necessarily trapped in the bunker, but why he put himself in there. And we'll find out what happened on the outside. I got really inspired by 10 Cloverfield Lane and this one episode of The Twilight Zone, the original series, that had the episode was about a man and his family in the underground bunker and everything when there was a supposed Japanese attack. It was like kind of like, or maybe it was Russia because it was post World War II. I think like they thought the communists were coming or something. But yeah, so I just got this idea. I think it might be in black and white. It will definitely be kind of claustrophobic because I'm going to be filming it in this little area at my grandmother's house. She has like this area beneath the staircase. And I think that would be a really good location to film it in. But yeah, not much else I can say about that. It'll probably be like 10, 15 minutes, come out probably in the springtime. Next up, we have the Negatives short film series. And that, I actually had the idea for it back in, I think the fall time of 2020. And again, the Negatives will be an atrocity. I don't know if you guys remember the movie Shazam, but try to think of the negatives as the 7 deadly sins. So you got like, pride, lust, gluttony, sloth, envy. And those sins are embodied into like a physical manifestation of, like a monster. And that's what they really look like underneath the emotions and everything. So with the Negatives, I had this idea to make like 5-minute shorts for each emotion. So there might be a short about like depression or anxiety, and there would be always kind of end on a shot of the negative. So there could be, I had an idea for like an anxiety short where, for an example, I'm trying to give an example here. So there's a guy carrying a box going down like a railroad track. and he hears the train, like an oncoming train in the background, and you can hear it like getting closer and closer. And he's carrying this box, and there's like a lot of emphasis put on the box. He keeps walking down the railroad, and eventually, he just like gives up the box and hops off the railroad track. And then when you realize, when it cuts to what was inside the box, it's just like, it's physical manifestation of like all these worms and everything, and like all these weird creatures inside the box. And that kind of embodies what anxiety is, to at least me anyway. Like, it's all this unnecessary, ugly luggage. And then once you put it down and you hop off that railroad track, you realize, like, it can do you no harm. So go ahead, Sean.
That's a really cool idea. I think that's a good way of putting it, Dom. I think you put it very well, and I actually think that's a really cool series. That's something really original. I don't really think I've heard anyone do that before.
Yeah.
And you can be very creative with it, because you can tell a story through emotions. It's kind of cool. I think that's actually very interesting and like cool. And it does kind of relate to even to me, when my experience with like anxiety and stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and like, I don't want to go too dark with them. Like, I had this idea where of one about depression and everything. And like, I don't want to be too dark here, but the guy might be contemplating doing like hurting himself, or like, suicide, something like that. And he each short film would kind of show that you don't need that type of negativity in your life. Because one thing I noticed, like, I'm not a believer in like superstition and everything, but I noticed when something negative happens, like you get a negative customer at work, or your parents are yelling at you or whatnot, that kind of creates negative energy, and then weird stuff starts happening. I don't know if any of you guys ever noticed that in your lives, but I noticed like stuff like falls down a lot, like weird chaos kind of ensues. So I'm thinking like, there's like weird negative energy, and that's kind of where I got the idea from.
it's kind of like you feeding off of like fire, feeding off of fire. Like, it's kind of like one thing happened. It's like a domino effect.
Pretty much like
Funny.
a chaos theory or
Do-
Murphy's Law or whatever.
It's kind of funny, domino effect. It's like, it goes down and it just keeps events. I feel like that's happened to each one of us before, where like a bunch of bad stuff just keeps happening in one day.
Pretty much. Next up, we have Salsicha. Now, this is a short film I have had in mind for a while. This is my infamous Eraserhead-like film that I keep talking about, wanting to do. And I've also got inspired by this GTA 5 movie theater movie called Capel Roro or something. But when I first saw that when I was 14 years old, I was like, yo, I want to make something like that. And then when I got introduced to David Lynch and Eraserhead and everything, I was like, wow, I want to make weird, kind of obscene cinema like that. It really appealed to me. So for some reason, a long time ago, I was like, Dom, you got to do this movie in Italian, because that's what happened in Capolavoro. They spoke, I think, French, Italian, and Spanish. So Salsicha will be in Italian. That's actually an Italian name. If you guys want to know what that means in Italian, I suggest Google translating it. And it's basically going to be like a David Lynch film. It's going to be really obscene, really kind of creepy, and it will most likely be atrocity based, maybe not heavily, but I can't really say too much about it. It's still kind of far off, but it's going to be pretty good.
So you said you know a bit of Italian, but are you learning more for this movie?
Yeah, so for my whole life, like I come from an Italian family, but I don't really know much Italian, which is like embarrassing, but I want to make Salsicha be the motivation for me to finish that. Also for Project A, I do want to know a bit or learn a bit of Latin, because like I said, there was an English monk who wrote like this medieval ancient manuscript. And back then, if I'm not mistaken, at least the church spoke and wrote primarily in Latin. And that's why a lot of people couldn't read like Bibles and everything back then, because they didn't know Latin. So,
Yeah,
so like,
Latin's one of the first languages. So
yeah. So for these two specific projects like Project A and Salsiccia, I definitely want to know more about Italian. And when you know more about Italian, it'll make Latin a lot easier.
oh yeah, because it's the same kind of thing. It's like
Yeah.
even like Portuguese and Spanish, they're actually Latin descent too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Next up, we have Time. Now, Time was idea I had I think late in 2019, and I actually filmed some of it with my old camera, but that was back when my old camera was glitching and everything, and that's when I decided that I needed to get a new one. So some of the B-roll shots or whatever for A Very Ned Movie 3 was actually from Time. So I'm gonna sometime next year, I'm gonna completely revisualize it, and it'll basically be about, I had this really cool idea where an atrocity or time could be an atrocity. So you think about it in a way, atrocity or fucking time eventually kills all of us. It affects everything we do, and it ages us. It it kind of dictates our lives in a way. So I'm low-key freaked out by time and the power it holds over us. So will translate it into that short film, and time will probably be the shortest out of all the movies in this lineup. But yeah. Next up, we have Joe the Movie 3. I'm gonna be straight honest with you guys. I don't have anything like ready for Joe the Movie 3. It's just an idea right now, but it will definitely kind of pick up where Joe the Movie 2 left off, and it will follow your boy Joe. And hopefully by then I'll have more of a cast of people, actors and whatnot, and hopefully make it more of a higher budget film. And hopefully it'll be more entertaining than the first one. And yeah, next up on the Dominoverse Chapter 2 lineup, we have the one and only machinima, and that will be, before I get into that, keeping up the hype as much as possible. So basically, why I wanted to do this one project that's coming up. I wanted to kind of revisit it and kind of make it more of a definitive version of it. So I guess you could call it a remaster. And this will be it. I'm happy to announce that I will be officially remastering my first ever machinima Orange Streak.
I knew it.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You build up the hype for enough, and the thing could be amazing.
I have no clue what you're saying, Billy. But yeah, so I don't want to like go too far into it, but basically, it will be a remaster of the original machinima. Obviously I'm gonna have to change things because I'm not friends with the guy who played Banana Man, and I don't really want to do the Vivian stuff again. But I do want to bring a few new things to the table, and I want to kind of make it more of a definitive version of Orange Streak compared to what we had in Smoothies films. And I wanted to make it so that it kind of coincides with my original vision of what I wanted Orange Streak to be originally, without the interference of the people who behind Banana Man and whatnot, because I kind of compromised the vision to fit in their characters and their vibe and everything. They wanted to make it more funny, whereas I kind of wanted to make it more serious. So the remaster of Orange Streak will probably be done next year or in 2024. And it will be primarily done on PS5 and maybe a bit of PC here and there. But I just want to kind of make a more definitive version of the original machinima, bring some new things to the table, and just go from there.
Will it still be connected to the universe?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that because I was going to go to the next thing. But yeah, due to it being so different, it might just be its own standalone project, and the smoothies might not even be in it. But there is something that I will be announcing after I'm done the lineup, which does involve Orange Shriek. But for the sake of the machinima, I mean, the smoothies might be in it, the smoothies might not be. If anything, it'll kind of think of it as like a different timeline, and some smoothies might be there, some of them might not be. For example, like Elliot, Eggplant Bro, stuff like that. Kind of like the lesser known smoothies, but the primary people like Michael, Huang, and maybe Alexis and Veronica, people like that, the bigger known smoothies will most likely be in it as like supporting characters and whatnot. And maybe by the end, they all kind of get together and be like, yo, superhero squad, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, so it's a good thing you brought that up. Interested to see how I will go through with that. But, in time, we'll see. So next up, finally, to put an end to this lineup, we have The Beast, A Crusade Story. Now, this will be my first ever live action kind of professional short film. I plan to get 2 actors for it, which will be 2 Crusaders going, like kind of like a bit of backstory. There's 2 Crusaders going to reclaim the Holy Land, and they're in the forests of England, and they're not really like real soldiers, but they have the Crusades armor on and everything. But they're kind of like people who just, because back in the day with the Crusades and everything, and this is a historic fact, they kind of just picked anybody and everybody, like, hey, you farmer man, come with us on the road and reclaim the Holy Land. So I kind of got that idea, like just 2 average Joes who put on like a suit of armor, and they just just by themselves. They're like, come on, we got to go catch up with the caravan, like the bigger groups of soldiers and everything. So they're going through this forest, and in the forest there is a beast, and this will tie into the atrocities. And I'm probably going to get like a practical effect suit, or I might do CGI. Probably not. I'll probably do practical effects and everything.
Practical's better, thanks.
Yeah. So think of maybe like something like the Rake, or some weird kind of creature out in the forest, and it basically. Oh, go ahead.
My question is, are you gonna actually film it in England?
Nah. I'll just like find a forest and probably color
'Cause I
grade it to make
know
it look dreary.
you were going to England maybe next year to see your girlfriend, so I didn't know if I know you were talking about maybe doing some Project A stuff.
Yeah, so
there.
there are a few castles near where she lives and everything, and I wanted to take pictures of them, maybe videos and everything, maybe do a short segment somewhere down the line about the monk who wrote that book in Project A. But as the time goes on, I'll get to that and see what I can do. It might be a bit limiting because like the whole world isn't my playground. It might be like a museum or something at the castle. There might be like pictures or flyers near the castle that will get in the camera's way. I want to make it look as authentic as possible. Like I took a camera and put myself back in time to look at the castles and everything. But yeah, so basically the creature kind of foils their plans, and it's pretty much that. It'll probably be like 10 minutes long. But yeah, that's the lineup. What do you guys think?
It's pretty good.
Pretty
Definitely
good.
No, it is. It went to my expectations. I'm most excited for the I think I'm most excited for the negative series, the shorts. I really look forward to that because it just seems really realistic, and it seems like an original take because no one's ever done that before, and I think it'd be cool.
Yeah.
I do look forward to the bunker as well, for some reasons. But it just sounds really cool too, though. But I think all of them I look forward to. Even the Beast one sounds pretty cool, especially if you have a budget and everything. It's gonna really come out.
Yeah,
well.
I have some costumes on Amazon saved up, and they're really like expensive too. Like full-blown Crusader outfit is like $50, and then a helmet is about $50 too. And I might get this long sword. It's about 30 or 40. So definitely something that I would save up for and invest.
Yeah, I mean, it would even be good if when you get to that point, if you could find like costume designers or something, like maybe even hire one who could help you with that kind of stuff.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, obviously you would need a budget. You're probably gonna save up for that.
Yeah, and I definitely want to get more into like practical effects and everything. I got this gun over the summer. It's actually a toy gun because in my state, due to gun laws and everything, you can't actually own a gun or even a BB gun without a proper license. So I don't really want to go through that whole process, and I'm not gonna like take this out in public or anything. It's just gonna be like indoors when I'm filming, and I just want it as a prop because before I used
Nerf guns.
Yeah, Nerf guns. Like all throughout the Ned movies, you just saw that, and like I think with obviously like the horror route that I'm going down and the more realistic and cinematic approach, people won't take it as seriously. Like, you know, you're getting hunted down by like this big Bigfoot creature, and you whip out a Nerf gun, and like, you know. So I got this gun, and I got this like old BB gun rifle from my grandfather. He's passed away now, but this was his when he was a little kid.
Condolences.
What's that?
I said my condolences.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, so you know, I definitely want to go more, have like more props and everything, and just making sure I got everything. Yeah, so
the film I'm most excited for has to be the Freaky Orange remake.
I'm sorry, Dilly, I can't hear you.
Dilly, you're really hard to hear.
Put your mic right up against the mouth, man.
Hello?
Oh, I can hear you better now.
I was gonna say my most anticipated film, it has to be Freaky Orange, the remaster.
What are you most excited about for that?
I don't know, I always like new takes on existing characters.
Yeah,
That's why I love multiverse and stuff, because you have the same character but something different, and it's like a new take.
exactly. Now, before we go into the Sultanist panel, I know I'm not gonna ever shut the fuck up, but I just wanted to talk about real quick the claymation thing that Josh had mentioned in his panel, where it's like Halloween short. I might not get that done in time. I might not even be really a part of that anthology video series he has planned. I mean, I'll probably like voice act if the opportunity comes up, or I might, you know, try to help out in any way I can. But for the claymation thing, I've always wanted to do claymation, and I've been inspired by like videos online and everything. So this is unofficially part of Dominoverse Chapter 2. It might be set before Joe the Movie 2 because I'm going to be calling it Limbo. And
it's like the game.
Yeah, Limbo the game. So there's a character in the first Joe movie called like the Destroyer, and I might go ahead with that. And essentially what Limbo will be about is essentially, you know, in the Domino verse, as we're now calling it, there is a character called the Creator who creates things and whatnot, and that's all he can do is create. Whereas with the Destroyer, all he can do is destroy. So the Limbo short film is going to be basically about the Destroyer trying to make life, but he's so horrific and he doesn't have that special godlike touch that whenever he tries to mold clay into something new and something, you know, alive, it just like distorts and turns ugly. And, you know, I thought that was a really cool idea. I just came up with it like last week. But yeah, there's nothing really much else to it or to discuss about. And finally, I just want to announce the final fucking thing. And that is, I have had a big interest lately with graphic novels. And I am happy to announce that in due time, it's not going to be anytime soon, but probably within like the next 5 years, I am interested in working on an official Orange Shriek graphic novel, and this will be inspired by different Batman comics and graphic novels. This will be inspired by a bit like Watchmen. Trying to look at some of the comics and graphic novels. I had a bit of like Court of Owls and everything, and primarily the first inspiration that I had for Orange Shriek, like the character and everything, was a graphic novel called Batman Year 100. So what I discussed about like with the remaster for Orange Shriek and whatnot, I'm going to do a little different take on it, but I'm still including the smoothies in it. Whereas with the graphic novel, it'll just be Michael and Orange Shriek and probably Huang, but no smoothies or anything, just Orange Shriek in this weird kind of dystopian city. And so there's really not much else to talk about it right now. I am interested in doing that. It's definitely going to be a long project to complete. Got to hire an artist and everything, but the idea has always stood out to me, and I can't wait to get started on it. I kind of have a script going for it right now, but the thing is, with a graphic novel, I don't really know how to write a graphic novel in comparison to a movie because there's like no camera or whatever. So that's something to learn about too. And just graphic novels in general, I think I might do a few atrocity ones. If I find an artist that I really like that isn't like super expensive or whatever, I might turn these atrocity ideas that I have in my mind into graphic novels. And that concludes the Orange Domino fucking panel. And I just want to say a quick thank you to everybody who's been supportive of the podcast and everything. And it's definitely going strong. I got a lot of good, interesting guests to have on in the future. And thank you guys for supporting me. And I can't wait to get started on the lineup for Dominoverse Chapter 2. And we are on to the fucking Sultanist to wrap this motherfucking night up.
Hello. So now it's my panel. Yeah. Now it's a nice way to end the night. So if you guys didn't know me, I'm the Sultanist. Also, first off, thanks for having me here.
Oh yeah, of course.
I appreciate it. Be another Creatordome, and hopefully there's more to come.
It wasn't by choice.
It wasn't my choice. Maybe not for you, Dilly.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. First things first, before we even get into any of this, just reading because I wrote stuff down. I actually have a new setup. If you guys noticed, I have a mic, a Blue Yeti, and I have a new webcam. I don't know. Last year I had a really shitty webcam and no
last
mic,
year it looked like this. Yo, guys, I'm the Sultanist. Something about Red Hood. Something about isolation.
Can we?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it wasn't very professional, but this year definitely much more set up. Okay, so getting into the first thing before we even start talking about my projects. Since December of 2020, I have gone in because I did talk about doing live action projects last Creatordome, and now basically all these projects I'm announcing are live action. So I want to, for the first time ever, show off my camera, the Panasonic Lumix G7.
Yeah.
This is a camera. It was about $800. It's 4K, shoots 4K. I'm not really going to be using 4K much yet, but in the future projects I probably will. This is one of the lenses. That's the bigger one, and this is the smaller lens.
Yeah, he's got the equipment.
Yeah, and then I got my microphone. I wanted to show that too. So this is what the future projects will be filmed on and everything. So I thought I'd show that.
Cool.
Before I got into anything. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna talk about Red Hood, because last time we were here, that movie was announced and it isn't out. Yeah, by the time this podcast comes out, it should be out. But no, it should be out by then. And by the time you guys are watching this, I just wanted to say it's been a long journey with Red Hood. I've been basically had the idea since August, actually more like July of 2020. And I've just gone through so many different versions of the script and trying to make the best possible story. There's been some procrastination too, you could say. Um, I want to also thank like, Dom and Josh and Riptide Pictures because they've helped a lot with that project.
And Vintage.
Voicing and Vintage too, Vintage Productions.
Yeah, the main character of the movie.
Yeah, the main character. I forgot to say the main character of the movie who's playing
Yeah.
Red Hood.
Yeah.
But yeah, that movie should be out now. Go check it out. It should be linked.
Yeah, links in my description. Yeah.
Link in description. So yeah, that's Red Hood. Okay, so on to the first announcement, which is coming this year. Isolation. I want to officially announce Isolation. This has been in production. Well, I mean, in my mind since December 2020. I'm happy to finally announce it. I briefly talked about it at the Dark Universe podcast, but I didn't really mention anything of the story. So to finally have it announced, here's the thumbnail on the screen. So Isolation is a short film, my first ever live action production. It's focusing on an alien apocalypse, so post-apocalyptic movie. One guy named Paul who deals in this apocalyptic era. He's basically the movie is the reason it's called Isolation is because it's really obviously it's isolated. It's kind of like a Last Man on Earth kind of storyline. But it's basically an alien virus that kills everybody. It really focuses on his emotions and everything. And then obviously, sorry, 1 second. Lost my train of thought. It will really he's gonna be like have a radio where he checks on the daily basis. He has an old camcorder. So it's not found footage per se, but there's gonna be some found footage elements in the sense that some of the movie will be from the camera. So there'll be like a VHS kind of quality because, he's kind of recording to keep himself sane during this whole, area.
Yeah, that's smart. It's something like people would really do.
Yeah. And there will be, I mean, obviously I don't want to give away too much, but I won't say if an alien or not will show up. It's you'll see. It's gonna be different. The ending will be one of those endings where it's much more different and original, and I really want to do my best in making it as cool as I can. I really look forward to it. By the time this podcast came out, I should be filming it already because I should be starting the script soon. Just as soon as I finish Red Hood, I will start the script because I already have most of the outline written out. And then we're going to cut for a second. Here is some test footage that I did for the movie. Okay, there is the test footage, guys. As you can see, I really look forward to getting that done, and I want it to be really good. And hopefully it'll be out by the end of the year, probably the winter time. I'm gonna say by mid-December. That's what or like between November and December. I'm gonna say.
Sweet.
Okay, and the next thing we're gonna talk about is we're gonna briefly talk about Dilatov
Okay.
before we get into my 2022 projects. So Dilatov, obviously I announced that a dark universe, but I want to give a little bit more story since I've kind of changed certain things since then. For starters, I want to show off the thumbnail for the movie. So there is a thumbnail. Next things I want to talk about is the story has changed a little bit. Before it was going to be more focused on the Dilatov pass incident, but now it's more focused on. So basically, there's two Russian brothers who are like, they have a mission from their Soviet general, and they're on a ship, and they find the children of Cthulhu, which is the Cthulhu, so the Cthulhu mythos, and some really like weird, stuff starts to happen, and there's going to be the color is going to be included in the story, and
I will also be co-writing it. Yeah.
Dom is going to be Dom from Orange Domino is going to be co-writing it, so we're going to be working on it together. That's another thing that we wanted to talk about.
Oh, yeah. I really like that, and I remember saying that I kind of envy it, like the project, because I kind of wish it was mine, because like just the idea of having two like Soviet soldiers trapped in a underwater submarine, like tens of thousands of feet below depth, coming face to face with the Cthulhu, like that's a really good idea. And like it won't, like you said, it won't probably be like too long, but
it'll probably be 10 or 15 minutes. I will want to say that obviously it's black and white like the rest of it, but it's going to have lighthouse aspect ratio, so
that would make it even more claustrophobic, because they're like really crammed in.
It's gonna feel claustrophobic. It's gonna be creepy. I'm gonna try to get some really good music and sound effects, and Cthulhu may or may not show up. Who knows? Might have a cameo, but that'll be an all in due time. And
something I noticed when it comes to each of the Dark Universe films, most of them includes Russian people. Like, I have two Russians, you have Russians, and there's Russians everywhere.
That's 2 films out of like 8 films.
No, I can't remember what other films, but I know there's other Russians in other films.
I'm trying to think. Well, Color Out of Space, no Russians. It Lives Within the Sea, no Russians. The Emissaries, no Russians.
Outsider have Russians. It's just basically Dilatov and.
No, there's Japanese people in Emissaries, because in World War II. But
I thought there was more Russians.
No.
All right, it looks like season 3 of the Dark Universe. We gotta make it all about Russians.
Anyways, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, so no, that's the story, and that should be out by Halloween time. Going to be starting working on that kind of during the time I do isolation. That's not going to take me as long to make. Well, editing might, but the filming part should be pretty easy. And plus, I'm going to have Dom helping with it. So okay, that's 2021. We're going to get into 2022, which is my first project. 2022 is right now it's code name. Most of these are code names except for one of them, but Project X.
Hey, yo, fucking copyright infringement, you son of a bitch.
No, there is actually a movie called Project X, but it's not that. It's a cosmetic horror movie following a character who moves into a new house, and it's gonna be black and white. Just wanted to say that. It's gonna focus on some really psychological movies. Like, this is gonna be psychological horror, and this is gonna be the first time I really take advantage of after isolation will give me like that good idea of like how I'm gonna make movies, but this is gonna give me like that proper, on how to get like to scare the audience, properly.
Like isolation will kind of be like a prototype test movie.
Yeah, and this movie will really like. I want this movie to be like on par with the acting and stuff. And it's going to be basically just one actor, and it's just going to be a bunch of creepy events, and it's cosmetic horror. So I love that. I think me and Dom have an equal appreciation for that, because
Yeah.
it's the kind of the horror of the unknown.
Hmm.
Like I can't confirm or deny if any kind of creature will show up or not. It's not
Yeah.
going to be obviously HP Lovecraft, but it's going to take definitely some you know inspiration from HP Lovecraft.
Yeah.
And basically the character's going to go insane, and the end, and there's going to be like a pretty cool ending, and it's going to be one of those movies that you kind of are on the edge of your seat. So
Sweet.
I want it to be as cool as it can be, and I'm going to start probably writing that script for that early 2022 or maybe the late 2021.
Okay, fair enough.
So next we have my first sci-fi movie. It's right now, okay, just wanted to say right now it's codenamed Time, which is so funny because Dom's
Hey, yo, what
movie
the
is called-
fuck, man? You stop that shit, run. God
No, it's
damn. 2 copyright
it's-
offenses in one night.
it was just unintentional. It's not going to actually be called that. It's just codenamed that right now. I might even like change it a little bit, but it's going to be probably Time something. But what this movie is going to be about is a future movie based in the futuristic city, probably one of the American cities like Detroit or something. So maybe there's going to be some like Blade Runner kind of vibes, but I can't probably pull off a lot of that because I don't have a budget. But this is going to be the first movie I use like visual effects, because I'm going to be using Hit Film to do
Yeah.
some of the visual effects. So basically the story follows a group, well, kind of like a couple people who are so there's time travel, and
Okay.
time travel, you kind of see how what they kind of time travel back between the past and the future. And it's kind of like Looper. I don't know if you guys ever seen Looper
Oh, no,
or
I
heard of
haven't. No,
Looper.
no.
It'll kind of take some inspiration from that. So there'll be kind of like, not like because that one has like assassins and stuff. This is more like someone creates obviously time travel in the future, and they use it and to go back in time, and some kind of weird events happen, and there's kind of like probably like an evil mastermind or something. And I really want to take advantage of like doing something really cool. That's kind of like the only really ideas I have right now for a lot of these movies. I got these ideas pretty recently, and they're kind of just more in early stage development.
Mhm.
I'm probably going to start. So that's probably going to be coming out maybe later 2022. I'm going to say maybe around summer or fall. I'll probably start writing that also in early 2022. This movie, I'm going to probably I'm going to try to get actors, maybe look out and see if I can find some actors, hire some people, maybe even get some cool lighting equipment, and maybe try to secure some locations. Who knows?
Yeah, like just trying to network and see how big you can make it.
Yeah, if I'll try my best with it, of course. And if I can't do it in 2022, it can always get pushed to 2023. So
Yeah, quality over quantity, definitely.
yeah, it's quality. It's exactly what it's going to be. So I'm not going to make it come out that year just because I wanted it to come then.
Yeah.
And then the last film of 2022, before I get to my first feature, spoiler alert, is now this was one that Don's probably going to be like, oh my gosh, why are you doing this? It's Conan, a Star Wars fan film.
Conan.
So Conan, basically, to give a little insight, when I used to play Old Republic, my Jedi character's name was Kodan, or like the way it's actually a Japanese word. I looked it up today, and I guess it would really be Kodon, but I'm saying it's more as Conan. So it's a Star Wars fan film focused right after the events of Order 66. So probably like a year after Order 66. And it's the Jedi's, Jedi's journey in this, post, in this like empire state. Now he has to survive, and there's going to be a Sith, like an original Sith. Both him and the Sith are going to be original characters, and the characters we've never seen. And this character is going to be more, I'm going to try to hire an actor that's more like of Hispanic kind of um
Descent.
descent, just because I feel like it fits with the name. He's also going to be the first, I think, I guess, Jedi on screen to have an orange lightsaber.
Yeah.
He's going to have an orange lightsaber, so something different.
Mhm.
The
That-
outfit will.
That's cool though, how you like kind of inserted your character into live action. Like,
Yeah, so my character, and I'm gonna like, it'd be cool if I found somebody who looks like my Star Wars character, because that would be even like cooler. But yeah, no, the name really came to me, and I just thought that why don't I made a story about this character. And he's gonna be finding his ruin. The kind of story focuses on him searching for an old Jedi temple. I do want to include clone troopers, but I just trying to get clone trooper armor is really hard and it's very expensive.
yeah, and to get like a
Um,
bunch of them would be
Yeah, and like I'd
multiply
have to
that.
get a bunch of characters. So what I might do is if I do have clones, it might be CGI, and then I'll just try to make it look good or something. Like I might try to use visual effects.
Or have them from like a distance or whatever.
Have it from a distance, and maybe they're shooting, and then like the Jedi
Yeah.
kind of just maybe like he kills them off screen or something.
You
It
could
can just be one of those things.
use raiders or pirates.
Yeah, that's true too. Maybe there might just be like sand people or something, because
No,
I had an idea that maybe he goes to a couple planets like Tatooine and like shit. I'm like the biggest Star Wars nerd, and I can't even remember some of these names. Probably like the Ewok planet. One of the
Endor.
Ewok- Endor, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's a foresty planet, and where I'm moving to is pretty foresty, so it kind of will fit.
Yo, that could work.
Yeah.
a question
So-
I have, Sean,
Yeah.
is this going to be set in the similar Star Wars fan film universe that is currently being developed? Scout Trooper, maybe Legends, and then
Well,
What's
it's
live
a good-
action?
It's
still-
live action, so I don't know if I mean, it could be like, because you have Clone Wars, and that's animated.
yeah.
It could be, it really could be, but I kind of want it to be its own thing. Like, it's not gonna have a sequel or anything. It's gonna be a one-off movie.
Oh yeah, of course. It's not going to have a sequel. I'm just saying if it's in the same universe.
It could possibly be. I kind of wanted it to maybe be connected to Scout Trooper, because maybe or not, Vintage's character might show up in somewhere in the movie. Who knows? Maybe as a kid, who knows?
Yeah.
It's a good possibility.
That's a pretty cool idea.
So yeah, basically that's the that movie, and I've had the idea for like a year, kind of. Well, not a year, but like probably the last few months, like 6-7 months. So I can't wait to finally start working on that. I really want to start working on that next year. It would be good to do the nice sci-fi one first, because then I kind of have an idea for how it works before I work on that. But yeah, no, it would I can't wait, and hopefully you guys enjoy it. All right, so we're getting into my final one, 2023, my first ever feature.
Yeah.
I think this has been the most anticipated one for
Yeah.
my ones to be announced. So, all right. Right now, it's known just as Detective. It's a psychological thriller. Focuses on two people, a detective and a serial killer. As the detective goes over an old case with the serial killer, and I'm not exactly sure yet if he's the one who busted him, but you learn about the serial killer and the detective, and the serial killer, it goes through his story. So you learn about his story, and you really learn about the kind of like, messed up stuff that he did, and like how serial killers think and stuff. And it goes through the detective himself, and it really equally gives both of them screen time, like equal screen time. And it's kind of, in some ways, you can, I know, I don't think you've ever seen Insomnia, Dom, but Insomnia was with Al Pacino and Robin Williams, and Robin Williams is kind of like the killer in that. And they kind of focuses on both characters, and there could even be some inspiration with Silence of the Lambs and everything, but this
Yeah,
movie
I was
kind
gonna
of takes
say, it gives me Hannibal Lecter vibe. You have to get a killer to help you with something.
Yeah, well, it's about his case. It's not really about another serial
Yeah.
killer per se, it it focuses equally on them too. And then you kind of, as time progresses, you kind of realize that they're kind of very similar, the two of them, and they're, there's a
Like the
connection.
duality of man.
Yeah,
Sort of, yeah.
the two of them together, there's a similarity in them, and there'll probably be like a twist ending at the end, and it'll be probably my biggest budget one. It's gonna be one that I'm gonna have like actors, and I want to have like locations, and probably have like good like practical props. Like I'd like to have like probably a lot of like fake blood and bloody clothing and stuff, and like
Yeah.
even like the murder scenes and stuff that I want to do. I want to actually
Make it feel like authentic.
You want to actually
Made it
kill
authentic.
someone. You want to
kill someone.
No,
he's so dedicated. He actually allowed us to kill him in real life. We only had one take.
Yeah, you know
That's
that guy
all-
over there? Yeah, he actually died. We want to make it as realistic as possible.
yeah, I know. Like people die in this movie for real. No, like some movies it might be more like might not feel as authentic. This one would feel more authentic, and I want to like research on serial killers and like probably watch more Mindhunter, what I've seen before, but I want to like really get into the psychological stuff. Like this is gonna be probably the most twisted movie I've done.
Nice.
So it'll be 2023. If not 2023, then definitely 2024. But it will be my first feature, and I really want it to be my best. And that's gonna be one that I'm gonna have a budget, and
I'm gonna spoil the film before it even comes out, and the twist is that they're both brothers. That's the twist. I'm spoiling it before it even been made.
yeah, he's just coming up with ideas.
They're
it's
both brothers.
kind of sus. Dilly, are you time guy from the future?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
he's
yeah,
talking. Yo, that's how he knows because he's seen the movie already.
I
Yeah.
have. It was a 2 out of 5.
2 out of 5. Did you say 2 hour and 5 movie?
No, it was 2 out of 5. It was terrible. So I'm telling you now to make it better.
Yeah, he's telling me, so I know to
You
make it
gotta
better.
actually kill someone to make it more realistic.
Of course.
Murder dumb.
Hey, yo.
Dumb.
What the fuck?
Yo.
And yeah, so then with that's movie, and maybe Dominic Edwards might show up in the movie, but
Yeah, like I definitely want to collab with you, Sean, and maybe Josh one day. But it'd be more realistic with you because you're closer and everything. Josh is like across the country.
yeah, I mean, I was thinking actually for this movie, and maybe even the Star Wars one, if you ever wanted to be in it,
Yeah.
possibly.
Mhm.
And I think we should collab on a project ourselves, maybe even read something together. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it'd be dope.
So that was my lineup for my movies and productions.
Where's
and
the where's the red not red where's the Superman fan film, bro?
let's talk about that.
I'm playing. But yeah, like
Caesar.
Oh yeah, Caesar. Yeah, he's making one. Yo, DC live action universe.
Yeah,
Confirmed.
DC live action universe. Because it's funny, none of them were machinimas other than Dialatov and obviously Red Hood, but that's stuff that was already in production.
Pretty much, yeah.
I kind of came with the idea that I'm not going to do really any more machinimas come 2022. We all are going to be attached to something in 2022. I'm obviously not going to talk about that yet, but that's something we're all going to be attached to. So,
Oh yeah, I was actually gonna. If Josh was here, I was gonna see if he wanted to talk about that, but
he's not
Wait,
here.
talk about what? Am I not invited to something? I feel left out.
No,
We'll
Dilly, you're part of it too, but we can't talk about that now.
Because it's on
Creatordome
Creatordome.
3.
Yeah, Creatordome 3.0, then we'll talk about, or maybe
Yeah,
future
It'll
podcast.
probably actually come out before then, so maybe just say it's Dark Universe related.
Yeah, maybe Dark Universe season 3.
Season 3 podcast.
Who knows?
Dark
But we'll-
Universe. This only Russians.
Yeah, only Russians.
one last thing I was going to talk about is if I do go with the Halloween thing that Josh is doing, I might make my short about the Midnight Man. I don't know if you guys ever heard about that.
That from Butterfly Kisses?
No, the Midnight Man's he's a creepypasta.
Okay.
So it's like at midnight you like turn on like a lamp, and then you're supposed to like cut your like blood and stuff and put your name onto the blood, and you have like a candle, and the Midnight Man is supposed to come and kill you.
Damn, you could probably do that, to be honest.
Yeah,
With a
probably
lower budget. Yeah.
I could easily probably do it, and I don't think I would even really need to have like a costume or anything. Maybe I could do some CGI or something just to show like a character, but I think I'd probably pull it off, and I think it might even be on my channel as well, just because I kind of like the idea of it. Even though I might send it to Josh, I might just do it on my own.
Yeah,
as well.
Josh was like, we're gonna do everything on my channel, thanks. But I think I might, if I do Limbo, I'll probably put it on the Orange
Yeah, and this
Dominoes.
basically announces that I'm going to be doing a Halloween kind of like project, which is going to be part of Josh's thing, but I might upload to my own channel as well. And it's not 100% yet. Like I really have to think because I got to get isolation and dial it off, so I got to fit it in. But it's something that I could easily probably get done in like a day, or like not a day, but like a week. I could probably write the script in a couple days and then just film it in one night or something, and then just edit it in a week or two. So it wouldn't be too hard to do.
That's cool though.
So
Same thing here with like Limbo. Like I do want to do it, but it's not really at the top of my priority list. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's kind of like me. It's like Midnight Man's at the bottom, kind of
Yeah.
of the price. That's why I didn't even put it on the lineup because I wasn't even sure if I was going to talk about it. Because you talked about Limbo, I was kind of like, why don't I just mention this?
Yeah.
Might as well just give an extra little thing to the lineup.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's basically my lineup. That's it. Who knows, within the next year, there might be more projects that I might want to work on, and I'll announce at the next Creatordome or maybe future podcasts or even on my channel. But for now, that is all.
Sweet.
Thank you for having me, and stop being in denial. Thanks.
All right, so that wraps up segment 1. I know we probably been doing this for like 3.5 hours now, but segment 2 will begin shortly, so stay tuned. And yeah, we will be joined by Vintage Productions and Nomad Entertainment Studios. So
the B team.
Yeah,
We're
B
the
team.
A team. We're the A team. We're the top billers. We're like
top
the
tier.
top tier creators.
And then you got
Next
C
we've
tier at the
no,
end.
C
yeah,
tier's at the very end. But we
yeah.
got B next. B are good, but not great. They're not us great.
Yeah, they're
Then
not like
finally
us.
C.
And they're not part of the A tier, so they're not amazing.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. Become an A tier member.
Of course. Fucking plebs.
Yeah, in denial, snarky little shit. Obviously, I don't think that's going to be in the podcast, but just
No, leave
No,
it.
we're leaving it in.
Leave it. We're leaving all this in.
leaving it all in.
You brought into it?
What the fuck? Who screamed?
That was me.
That was his pet monkey in the background.
What the fuck? Was it because it was like recording in progress?
I did that the first time.
It was the recording lady. Then
Do you think it caught that?
I don't know.
She does sound weird.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. So, anyways, welcome to segment 2 of Creatordome. We're joined by Vintage Productions and Nomad Entertainment Studios. What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Oh,
So, you both have been working on a lot of projects and everything, especially Vintage. He has like a lot of solo projects that he's been like machinimas and cinematic things he's been working on. So why don't you tell us about that, Vintage?
All right, yeah. So I just recently dropped a trailer a week ago, actually, calling it the Nightfall Slasher. And I'll be honest, I have nothing on paper for that. It was honestly like I put like some clothes together, and I was like, actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna lie. So you guys ever see the movie? Or it's like a trilogy. It's a movie. It's on Netflix. It's Fear Street. You ever heard of that?
No.
Okay, really good. Check it out, dude. It's amazing. It's a 3 horror movie trilogy. I'm not gonna get into it, but there's this one character that stood out, and I forgot his name, but it's basically like a ripoff of Jason Voorhees, but he's so much cooler. And that's hard to say because Jason Voorhees is cool, but like this guy's cooler. And I don't know, just like the fit and everything he had. I might change the character's fit. That was from the trailer, like the bad guy, the antagonist, because
Is that the one with the pig head?
No. That pig head is something else.
Okay.
Nightfall Slasher, the guy with the sack over his head with the red flannel.
Oh,
and the
yeah.
axe.
Okay.
That's the Nightfall Slasher, and he the whole tone of the movies could be event like somewhat like Friday the 13th. It's gonna be kind of like that, but I'm gonna try to switch it up a bit, change the tone. But it's not. It shouldn't be a long project. It's I'm thinking about connecting it with Pigface. And I'll get right into that after that. But the characters, there's not supposed to be that many characters. It's supposed to be like a handful, maybe 5 or less people. And it's supposed to be like, that typical slasher. And I don't have anything on paper for it. So I don't have any names. I don't have a clear constructed story of what I want to do with it. I don't know if it's gonna be released in October or this year at all. I'm just starting to get comfortable with doing things after the events of May through June. Yeah. So I'm slowly recovering from that mentally. So and I've also met up with some pretty cool creators. You have yourself. So it's starting to make me comfortable to get back out in the light and start to talk to people again.
Yeah, I've noticed that because like obviously you went through a lot of stuff and you took like that hiatus for a bit, but I've noticed you've kind of been moving your way more towards the community again and being more creative and like more comfortable in that area, and so that's good.
Yeah, and so Nightfall Slasher is definitely one of the projects I'm working on, and Pigface is one I'm really anticipated looking forward to because I really love the I don't have that one's also not on paper. It's not anywhere written. It's more like it's all in my head. I should start putting down paper, but I haven't. But it's gonna have the main character is gonna be a cop. It's gonna be like a cop driven story. Him trying to figure out clues, what this murder mystery is all about, because this is not just someone who's like this killer is almost he's killing for sport, but he's also doing it for like revenge. But he's also playing a game at the same time, so it's like it's very story driven. I don't think it's gonna have that many horror elements into it. It's but it's gonna be really cool. I will say it. I want to call it like I want to say it's like somewhat like a Saw movie. I don't want to call it a Saw movie because the tone of it I have in my head, it doesn't feel like a Saw movie. But I feel like it's gonna have some elements in it. Maybe some familiar faces, maybe question mark.
Yeah.
And that one shouldn't be long too. It should be a very quick, easy story. But the cop that's in Pigface is also probably gonna be in Nightfall Slasher.
Yo, connected universe confirmed.
Essentially, it's probably what's going to happen. I still don't know for sure because I don't know if I want to make that make sense. Like, I think Nightfall Slasher is supposed to be like a prequel, and Pigface is supposed to be like a sequel. Because I'm thinking about in Pigface, he talks about how he had an investigation in Toledo Bay 5 years ago, and it was like a bloodbath, and he like never wants. That's why he doesn't like working up north of like the island, or I don't even want to call it this. I'm gonna call it state. I'm gonna call it state. He doesn't like working up north in the state because of that incident. That's why he likes working in the city a lot better. So this incident with the Pigface is more city driven, but there will be some places that might take. There will be some landmarks that might take place up north as well. So those are 2 small individual projects I'm kind of working on or kind of leaning towards. And one more I'm also working on. I've already showed the Sultanist and Dom It's called the Parking Garage, and it's gonna be Dark Universe tone, and it was honestly made just randomly out in the blue. There was 2 titles for it. I even brought up to Dom. I was thinking about either calling it, the Parking Garage, or There's a Man in the Woods, and both would have been similar. Everything that took place in Parking Garage would have probably same thing would have took place in, There's a Man in the Woods, but
just like a different, like a reskin kind of environment.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, it's pretty much what would have happened. But I don't know. I like when before I started the laundromat, it was originally supposed to be Parking Garage, and what I just showed you guys, that's what was supposed to happen. It was supposed to take place in Liberty City, but Liberty City was eating up too much FPS, and this was after I upgraded my PC too. So it was a little disappointing. I was like, all right, whatever. I'm not gonna do it. And then I, looked at this Parking Garage in Los Santos. I was like, you know what? Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can. There could have been there was another Parking Garage I probably should have chose because it had a stairwell, and it would have been, nice. But this one I used already. It was pretty good, and I'm really satisfied with the outcome of it. I'm just having trouble with jump scares, etc. This one won't have dialogue though. This will be the first project, not really first. I've done projects without dialogue before, but this one, it would be the first, I want to say, Dark Universe film that won't have dialogue.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. One idea that just came to me right now. You wanted it to be like, take place in Liberty City and everything, but maybe even though it technically won't be in the GTA 5 or GTA 4 world or whatever, you could do maybe like a entrance shot of the Liberty City skyline to kind of give it a sense of, unless if maybe you want to keep it more enclosed to the parking garage by itself, that might make it creepier. But if you want to make it like obvious, like, oh, this takes place kind of like in New York, so to say, you could do like an entrance shot.
I could probably do that. And honestly, I don't even think anyone could probably recognize the parking garage that I'm in. But actually, no, I think people might, because I did show the ramp that was on the rooftop. So it might, I don't know. Not a lot of people are good at finding locations like I am. Like if someone showed me something, I'd be like, oh, I know where that is. But
yeah, me too.
But that's a good idea. I mean, I might just do, a city. Yeah. City. I might just do I might just do a city skyline shot of just Los Santos. So just might have it start off with just the overhead shot of the parking garage. Keep it all secluded in the parking garage because that's the big picture here. It's the parking garage.
I don't want to spoil it, but it could be like a purgatory or like a place tormented souls go. And that's why it's like so isolated in that one location.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. See, and that's
someone say isolate.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it because I think that's what makes a good horror movie. Like, for example, The Lighthouse, where there is a lot to The Lighthouse, but there are a lot of like short films and everything, sort of like the Parking Garage, where even though it's only 2 or 3 minutes long, there's no dialogue. It kind of keeps you thinking, and I think that's what makes a good horror movie when you kind of, or just any movie in general, where you kind of keep thinking about it afterwards. And I think that's one thing that Parking Garage does well.
Yeah, and like something I want Parking Garage to do is, I think my goal is to leave the viewer questioning, what is this? What is the purpose? What did I just witness? What is the meaning to it? Is it spiritual? Is it like, extraterrestrial? Like, what is it? What is behind all of this? Why does this thing do what it does?
Yeah.
And yeah, that's my goal for this one. And mainly like giving it horror, classic horror elements.
Sweet. And before we continue, so what exactly is happening with the laundromat?
That's
so
really good question. Yeah.
Like, will you release it, or will it be a project that you kind of shelve for a few months, maybe release it next year? And when you do, will it still be like Dark Universe, or will you expand it, and what will happen with that?
So That's a really good question, because I still have passion and love for the laundromat, because it's such a great interior I have, and I might have to do reshoots because I have the updated version of Natural Vision Evolved. Not that, like, the first couple of shots in the movie wasn't like the same, but it kind of is, but I might just have to do some reshoots. I don't know, but I'm probably going to put this movie on the shelf for a little bit, because like I said, I'm still also trying to, get back into my, Jesus, I was trying to burp, but I couldn't. I'm still trying to get back into my comfort, I want to say, back in comfort, and
Like comfort zone.
yeah, I'm still trying to get back into that, back on schedule, back in routine, back into motivation. I'm still trying to ease back into it before I start on, the laundromat. I'm gonna say this: it will get done. It's gonna get done. Maybe not this year. Maybe. Who knows? I might release it in December. If not October, it might be November or December. I also
Hell yeah.
I'm Nightfall Slasher and Pigface might be released next year. I could easily do that. The Parking Garage is probably gonna be released this week, depending on when this video gets out. But it's gonna get released, and but Laundromat, it's still gonna be Dark Universe. The script is still almost done, and what's it called? That's pretty much it. Like, it's gonna get done, and hopefully this year.
Sweet. Yeah, and like one thing I always say, quality over quantity. Like, don't feel the need to rush it or anything. Just take your time with it. Try to perfect it as much.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Gosh.
Random commentary from Sean.
Part
So, the big project that you and Nomad wanted to talk about. Why don't you?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Actually, before we get into that, can I explain what I'm kind of doing? Because I remembered I'm doing a few things just now.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm doing like 2 photography series. I
Okay.
guess you'd say that. I'm doing a Nomad 2017. It's gonna be him trying to, I guess, destroy Shadow Corpse,
Shadow Company.
Shadow Company, basically. And this other one is Max. I've been doing this one for about a year. It's like a street thug that goes big, but he deals with a whole lot of problems.
Yeah.
And
Cool. So,
I'm closing into the end on that one.
and those will come out on your Instagram, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. When do you think you'll get them out by?
Well, I got like 1 or 2 episodes of Nomad 2017 done and out the way. I'm almost done with Max. I need to do like probably 3 or 4 more photo shoots, and then I'm just gonna call it done.
Yeah.
That's good.
Sweet.
That's pretty much it. I don't have anything big like going on right now.
Yeah. So when you do the photo shoots, do you do everything like on PC or PS4?
I do it on PS4 because right now I still don't have a PC.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a minute before I fully get that.
That's cool though. Yeah, I remember seeing a lot of like your pictures and everything on Instagram, and it seems like you get a lot of people to help you and like get into formation and everything, and I respect that. And your photography skills too have, like, I remember from the last time you were on the podcast, like since then I've definitely seen an improvement. So you're definitely doing a great job on that.
I try my best.
Yeah, it's cool though.
Like I always say, it ain't much, but it's honest work.
Do or do not. There is no try.
But yeah, now we can talk about the big thing.
All right, so it's titled Ghost Origins, correct?
Yes.
Just tell me everything about it, guys.
Spoilers. No, I'm kidding.
Well, the whole thing is a trilogy, but Ghost, I guess, Origins will be our first piece of this big project that we're working on.
Yes.
It's gonna be set in the year 2016, right?
Yep, it's gonna be set in the year 2016. Which, if some of you don't know, 2016. I want to get this out of the way real quick. But in terms of like the Ghost, the big projects, like. So it's going to take place in 2016. If some of you don't know, 2016 was Modern Warfare 2. Not our year, but the year in Modern Warfare was, and Modern Warfare 2 was 2016. That's where everything took place. And with the Ghost trilogy we're going with, it's not completely aligned with the Call of Duty franchise's timeline. Like, we're doing things that aren't part of the story, because what we're doing, it's technically like an alternate universe, as if these events took place. Like Marvel's What If. It's kind of like this in a way.
That's
what
pretty
if this
cool.
happened? But
Yeah.
it's still following Ghost's death, and the rise of Shadow Company, that stuff.
And a few other things that are like earlier in the timeline that you'll see in some parts of the project.
Yeah. And there will be some recognizable Call of Duty characters, but evidently it's not following that specific timeline, because we're doing our own thing. This is our story we're trying to tell. These are our characters that we're bringing to life, and we're basically showing it to you guys.
Sweet.
Our little Call of Duty imagination, I guess.
Pretty much.
Your own cinematic universe. Your own what's it called? Fucking like fantasy football team, something like that. Wait, what? Wait, no, I'm
Fantasy
off.
football team.
I'm off. I'm off. Never mind.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. I was trying to think of a good name for what I was thinking of, but never mind. Go ahead.
It sounds like you were speaking from a cheerleader point of view.
Oh, fantasy football.
No, it's actually a thing. It's actually a
I mean,
thing.
Fantasy football is a thing. Yeah, I think you can draft players on certain teams, right?
Yeah. But anyways, Ghost Origins.
Yeah, that is our first part. Ghost Origins is going to be in 2016. It's going to have the events of, I forgot what the mission was called.
Loose ends.
Loose ends. It's going to have loose ends in it from different people's point of view. And these people are people that you probably already know, and they're members of the Ghost Squadron that we made. We have Logan, Nomad, and Delta, Echo, and Heavy. Those are our members. They're in a task force. Something goes south, and the whole loose ends thing that happens.
Mm.
And then they plan to, I guess, get away. I'm not trying to go too much into it.
Yeah.
I don't want to give away any spoilers.
Yeah.
So will this be done on PS4 since Nomad doesn't have a PC yet, or?
So that's a really good question. So I've honestly had some thought about this. I haven't talked to Nomad about it because I was like, shit, what if it's not possible on PC? What if my game, because lately, as of now, the use of mods, this is not gonna be as big as Scout Trooper. Scout Trooper was like borderline big, like in terms of mods. Like this was, I've never had that many mods in my game before, and that was just insane.
That was heavy, yeah.
That was super fucking heavy. So it's supposed to have less mods, but the only problem is right now is that my PC's crashing with the new Natural Vision Evolve update, and I don't think it's the update though. It's like for some reason my PC is not rendering as fast, or it's not doing something as fast as it normally would, and it's kind of annoying. So I'm kind of facing some problems with that. But I'm also thinking about like, what if I did it on GTA Online on PC? So let's say Nomad gets PC, we could do it on GTA Online on PC. So the quality's still there, just not the graphics part of it, and maybe like the mod weapons and whatnot, but there's still like we could get a cast together, maybe something like that. But it might most likely all of it be done on PC, because that's where I made the characters on PC. like Delta, Heavy, and Echo. So if someone's gonna do, if we were to try to do it online, the people who are gonna play those characters, they have to make a second character to make it look like those characters, because I already made them, so they have to copy it.
Oh, like the facial features and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool though. I look forward to it, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I plan on getting a PC. That might
Yeah.
take a while though.
Yeah.
Vintage is your guy. I know in the GTA community, 1S1K Studios and Tim the Meme and all those types of people, they really look up to Vintage, and they're always talking about him and stuff. And he's at his specs.
Yeah, and like I'm
Vintage
always
is the
about,
head
I'm always
of GTA 5 cinematography. Thanks.
like shout out to 1S1K Studios though, because I actually kind of pushed him to get a PC, because he had like a pretty bad like PC, like it was like a laptop or something like that, but like he wanted to get a actual computer, and I said, this is what 4-star Luke has. This is his specs. If you could have these specs, you could do pretty much almost anything you want to. Because it was basically what's it called? It was like not borderline, but it's like it's as low as you could get, essentially. Like hold on, let me go back real quick. Hold on. Yeah, so it's the bare minimum setup. Like RTX 260, Ryzen 5, 16 gigs of RAM. That's
Like my laptop, basically, or is my laptop worse?
yours is a little worse, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But with that said, if Luke 4-star could do it, anyone could do it. If I could do it with my RTX 280, anyone could do it. If you could do it with just any of the 20 series, you could do it. That's all that matters. You could do it. And
Facts, bro. Facts.
And the fact that he spent that much money to get this PC, I even told him myself, I was like, I'm proud of you, because you're going out of your way to follow what you like. That's the whole point of this, to follow your dreams.
Exactly.
And also I've been helping out with Trash Panda Productions too. I got him into Natural Vision Evolved because he's been using vanilla graphics. Same with 1S1K, and it's really heartwarming to make an impact on these people's content, or just their overall mindset. I don't think I'm the best. I don't think I'm ever close to be the best. I can't point out who is the best, but I could see a hardworking GTA 5 content creator when I see one.
Yeah, and we're definitely a thriving little community, growing more and more by the day.
Oh, absolutely. It's like back when Evan Royalty and all of them were big machinima guys, and now like this is like the second wave, or maybe the third wave, or I don't know what wave it is, because I wasn't around these guys at the time, but I feel like we're definitely coming close to this generation of cinematography, machinima community.
Definitely. And like I said in one of the last two podcasts I did with either 1S1K or Tim the Meme, for most of my time doing machinima, like filmmaking and whatnot, I was like in complete isolation, and there's that word again. But I was completely alone for like the first 2.5 years, just doing like my own thing. And I didn't know that there was like all these people out there. I was just doing it for fun because I had like cool stories to tell and whatnot. But it's really interesting to see the side of the community and whatnot.
One thing I wanted to add was, I think I got lucky in a way because I had you guys. Because I met you guys, and you guys were also doing GTA cinematography, and you guys kind of taught me certain things, and you helped me with my movies, and I helped you with your guys. And Brandon at Vintage, you helped me a lot actually with Red Hood when it came to cinematography and getting the right shots. So a lot of thanks goes to you for that.
Of course.
Yeah, man. I'm grateful for that.
All right, guys, that wraps up segment 2 for Creatordome. We have more guests coming up next, but it was fun having you, Vintage and Nomad, and I can't wait to see what you guys do with Ghost Origins and all the other projects you have in store.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to segment 3 of Creatordome, joined by Cold Blood Studios, Unknownflickz, GraveStone Filmz, Polar Entertainments. What's up, guys?
I am cool. Please accept me.
All right, so Dennis has maybe a couple films to announce, nothing too big, but Why don't you go ahead?
All right. So some of these films, I'll just say the titles. Some I'll go into, some detail, and like 5 of them I'll show like some trailers for. So yeah. So first off, I'd like 3 a.m., a black comedy horror film. And thing is, I don't know when this one will come out. The thing is, I want to write it sometime soon. And it's like a dark horror comedy where it sort of satirizes the 3 a.m. YouTubers type thing. And I've had this idea for like a year or two. And I do have somewhat of a plot of what it could be about. Not what it will be about, but could be about. We're trying to get shit figured out. So it's about this guy who's, he's this really shitty person who makes these 3 a.m. videos. and he does one of these and turns out it's real. And then things start to go wrong. And since it's a horror movie, shit's about to go down.
Sounds like a good creepypasta.
I'd actually wish a movie that would actually sound like an interesting plot for a horror movie, like a shitty person, like a 3 a.m. YouTuber and like some other people, he has like a group of friends, like do something fake, but it turns out to be real.
Pretty
like
much.
Something like that, you see them get like karma or something like that along those lines. Maybe it was all staged. Who knows? I mean, it sounds like an interesting idea.
Yeah.
And the second film I'd like to announce, and this one might sound a little stupid or even silly, and it's Herobrine. Why? Because I was thinking of doing a little more of a psychological approach to the Herobrine story and putting my own spin on it. And it's, it has a similar plot to 3 a.m. Not like super similar, but it's about some guy looking for these things, and he ends up looking into the Herobrine case. And thing is, this guy is like a Minecraft YouTuber, but he's not shitty. He ends up doing the whole Herobrine shit, and weird stuff starts to happen. And I don't know if I want to make it the feature length is the thing. I might make it feature. I might make it like a short film or like a really long short film, like 40-something minutes. Or it could be a 2-hour long feature. I don't know yet. But thing is, I want to sort of like blur the lines between what's in this guy's head and what's, like you don't know if he's crazy. You don't know until the very end. And it builds up, and it's more not like violent or gore, but just really sort of tense movie.
Like a psychologically tense movie.
Yeah. Just psychological horror. And yeah, you could. People know this.
Twin
this
Peaks.
Of mine.
Bro,
fucking cinema. Big twins.
That shit legitimately scares me. Yeah. Legitimately, he gets fucking scared by it.
Dennis,
yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you were to do this into feature length or like 40 minutes, how would you do it by yourself? Like, I'm just kind of curious, like, how do you make the film interesting? Because if it's like one person, I kind of find that hard to believe for like a whole film. Like, how would you do that?
Good question, actually.
So,
I don't know if I'd make it by myself is the thing. And thing is, I have Minecraft on my phone. I have it on my computer, but I can't sign into the fucking account. Plus, my computer's almost completely fried, but I can still somewhat use it now.
You gotta get
so yeah, it's not gonna be easy. So maybe it'll come out 2022. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, I can
like
help.
I've been working on it since 2018. There's one time where I filmed it almost in whole in 2018, and turns out it was out of storage. So I broke my fucking phone. I was that pissed. It was like an iPhone 6S, and I just threw it on the ground one day over like in the corner of my room, and it broke the screen completely. And it's
Wait, so it's out of storage, so you couldn't like have it anymore or something?
No,
Right.
Is that how you lost all like your old films because they were on there?
a couple films that way, as well as, but the way I lose them is I used to have a lot of like YouTube channels and things would happen, you know?
Yeah.
And so yeah, I decided to do a fresh start with the Cold Blood Studios one. And
I had another account.
yeah, because I used to have a fucked up, I used to do stupid shit.
No, but I thought you had another account where like you posted Maniac on the loose, but it was slightly different. Maybe that was like your channel, but like a while ago. I don't know.
Dennis Edward Studios.
I think so. That might have been
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Speaking of Maniac on the Loose, aka Bloody Maniac, that is a trailer that I made with clips. It's coming out next. It's either coming out this year or next year. I'm really excited for that one. I'll talk about that one later.
Nice.
But so I'm thinking of making a Backrooms movie, and thing is, I have a script written out, not like a full script, but like a few scenes, like a handful of scenes. But there's one obstacle. How the fuck am I gonna do the backroom segments? Because thing is, I don't want to just have it be this, you know, just me behind a fucking with this shit. See that?
Yeah.
That, you know? So I was thinking maybe I could like use my basement and film it in a certain way where it'd look infinite and edit it, and but it'd take a while, and you know?
It's pretty creative though.
Yeah.
You could do something like you did with I'm pretty sure like in Virgo, didn't you make like the house look bigger and weirder than it actually was?
Yeah, like with all the strobe lights, all the shit going on, all at once, just in your face.
It all comes down to like lighting and camera placement and everything.
And
editing, yeah.
Edit some stuff to make it seem like it goes on for longer than it is. Like you can cleverly use your space. If you are resourceful enough and stuff. That sounds cool.
And this room right here on my green screen is actually the room, the alternate dimension that inspired that end scene of Virgo, the Black Lodge or the Red Room. I want to make this film. I don't know if I will, but this film I filmed at the carnival a little bit might be a fan film of the Funhouse, the Tobe Hooper one from 1981.
Yeah.
I mean, you've heard of that one, right? It's
So wait, for this carnival film, how exactly did you like film a movie there?
Guerrilla style.
Like I didn't film a whole thing, thankfully, because I'd probably get my ass kicked out somehow. But yeah. So the movie, so I filmed some exterior shots, some outside stuff, but I'm thinking of maybe building a set. It'd probably look cheap because that's how carnival fun houses look. So it's about this guy who goes to this carnival and he rides some rides, and then he goes into a fun house to spend the night. What he doesn't know is there's a killer in the fun house.
Oh snap.
Yeah.
Kind of like Hellfest.
Oh yeah, like Hellfest.
Yeah. Or the fun house. Yeah, it's one of my favorite slasher films. Because it's not like Friday the 13th. It's not like any of those. It's different.
It's unique.
Mm-hmm. And there's this other movie I want to make called Gateways, which is a found footage film about a guy who discovers a hole in like some area nearby where he lives, and it's like a rural area, and he finds this hole in the ground, and there's these people guarding it, so he's starting to think it's like a gateway to hell, and weird shit starts slowly happening.
Sounds pretty neat.
Sounds interesting.
And then and here's another one I've been working on for a few years, actually. It's called Nightshine Murders. I want to make it featured length is the thing. And it'd be like a typical slasher fare with a group of friends going to a house to stay at a sleepover, and there's some dude just killing people, you know?
Like Friday the 13th, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, fair enough.
But I'd probably do my own spin on it.
That's cool. I respect that.
Because
don't make it
you
twisted
can't do the same
emotion.
shit over and over.
No, yeah, that's one thing I don't like about slasher films is like a lot of them are similar, but I do respect the ones that tend to be different.
6 is kind of different. Friday the 13th Part 6. Like, I mean, it's got some different stuff. It's more comedy.
Just real quick,
Like-
can we talk about the greatest Friday film, Jason Takes Manhattan?
No, it's Jason Takes a fucking boat.
I couldn't
That's
even finish
literally
it.
what it should be called. He's not even in Manhattan until the last 12 fucking minutes. He's on a fucking boat.
But you have to admit, when he is in Manhattan, it is pretty cool seeing him in Times Square and shit.
Yeah,
That's
I like
for
the
one.
aesthetic, especially when he's fighting the dude on the rooftop, punches his head off.
I do like that. That is one of the best scenes in the movie. Probably is the best scene in the movie.
Probably, yeah.
And I kind of have an unpopular opinion. I actually kind of like Friday 13th Part 3 and kind of 2. But I really like 3 for some reason.
Fair enough.
And there's this one really big film, not like not like feature length, but big scale sort of.
Hmm.
It's called Ritual, and it connects some of my films into like a universe, like how I want to make the fucking Frog universe, which I am currently developing. But it's a different universe, you know. It's The Midnight Man, which is a film I made from like last year, I think, and you know, a couple films like that, and it combines, and not like combines all the movies into one, but it ties them together, and it like it's some alternate reality shit. It's gonna be weird.
I like that idea. I think I'm really fond of like connected universes and everything, and even if it's not entirely like on the nose or whatever, like even if it's kind of like subliminal or not subliminal, but like on like low key connected, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there's this film which I filmed a little bit of, but thing is I need to finish it, and it's called Someone Is Watching. It's like a horror thriller mix where it's about this guy who discovers body parts around his house, and he starts thinking that he's being watched. I mean, obviously you're being fucking watched. There's somebody killing people, putting their body parts around your fucking property. And it's so yeah, that's what it's about, I think.
You think? It sounds cool though. It sounds creepy. Like if someone were just to do that, it would creep me out anyway.
And this is and what I'm about to announce next is actually a film that Polar wrote, and it's called The Hallway. And I've yet to film this, you know, because I've been doing a lot of shit.
Mhm.
I've yet to film this film, and I think it's like I'm looking for the script that I had, because like he sent it to me and I saved it somewhere, because I save scripts that people send me.
Yeah.
It's on Discord, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. That's where I'm looking.
That's cool. You guys collabed on it though.
Mm-hmm. Fuck, where the fuck is it? You know, fuck, I'll worry about it later. But yeah, it'd be like it really reminded me of fuck, I forgot. But it's whatever. But it's like infinite type stuff, where it's like
the back
where you
rooms.
open the door. Yeah. Well, there'll be another door.
Mhm.
Yeah, that type of thing. And this is another film that I'm actually collabing with another dude I know called Get Out Alive. And I can't really say much about the plot, but I gotta film some scenes for this dude, and I to make this movie, and you know,
He's helping you write it. You're gonna direct it.
I'm not gonna direct this one. It's like I'm being directed.
Oh, okay. Okay. Cool.
So yeah. Next up is The Purge: Dark Minds, which is a film I want to make. It's a Purge fan film. It's going to be about the Purge. That's it. It's going to be about the fucking Purge.
Sounds dope.
and a sequel to a fan film I made that did not feature Jason for a fucking frame. Like, I made a Friday the 13th fan film called Friday the 13th Day of Murder. It doesn't show Jason, is the thing.
Why
it
not?
shows a knife.
That's actually
Oh, just like a final shot of like the knife. Is that what you mean?
It just
or-
shows a couple shots of like me getting stabbed. The thing is, I want to make a sequel to it called Friday the 13th Night of Murder, where I actually have Jason in the fucking movie. I
Sounds
made the
cool.
movie like 2 years ago.
I'd
Yeah.
watch it.
And there's this one other movie I want to make with Rodzilla Mon. It's called, and it's based off this map I played in Gary's mod a few times because it really creeped me out. It's called and this is the title of the film and the title of the actual map, GM Big City. You might know about the map, and it's literally like a city with noises and shit, despite the fact there's nobody there. And it's like a space type feeling, or like a
I remember
feeling-
that he did a lot of Rodzilla did a lot of work in Gmod, was it? I remember him posting about it.
He did.
Yeah, that was probably the map actually. If you've
Yeah.
seen the city one,
Mhm.
but it really gives me an unsettling vibe. It just freaks me the fuck out. Mika, what were you?
Oh no, I
about to
was
say?
asking if he makes films anymore because I haven't seen him like post a film in a while. Like he usually does Gary's mod videos. Like he did the slasher movies or no slasher films like a while ago.
Dude,
but
I'm the one that made Rampage. How dare you?
Rampage more like cringe.
Dude, Rampage, those are the best movies ever made. You cannot tell me otherwise.
I mean, they're a close second, but Christmas Break is honestly the greatest film ever made.
Okay, yeah, true. But what about Five Nights at Freddy's Lost Footage? That one's pretty beautiful too.
No, Buried Alive is the best film.
Dude, what do you mean? Ride is the best movie ever. That
Plot twist that he caused 9/11 is the greatest thing ever conceived.
Dude, it is. Dude, it's almost as good as the scene from Christmas Break where you bottle up all your emotions and you let out your moves.
You know,
Very beautiful.
Yo, Fortnite dance. Yo.
He literally does a Fortnite dance in one of his movies so that the killer
Wait,
goes
Josh?
away.
No, me.
Whoa,
Oh,
fuck.
you? You okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
You never got finished.
The cringe knocked him down.
Make it fall down again.
Okay. So,
How many more movies do you have left to announce?
90 or so.
Dude, I feel like we're gonna have to do like 3 Zoom meetings to get finished with this.
I know. I had to do like 2.5.
Okay. The Radio, which is like styled like 1408, if you've ever seen the movie 1408.
Okay.
And it's about this guy who gets this old radio that plays music, and turns out it's like haunted, and it has like an effect on people's minds. So it slowly drives them insane the more they spend time around. So if you've ever seen the movie 1408 and how it affects people's realities and shit in that movie, it's kind of like that.
Okay.
And I mean, that's like one of my favorite Stephen King movies. And it's, you know, it's really good.
Yeah.
And, okay. So.
We got like 9 minutes left.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hurry the
there's
fuck
this-
up, then I'm just kidding. Keep going.
Okay, so there's this movie. Okay, so I made Escape, which is like a 2019 film, and I cut it off because I didn't finish it. So I just released it as is and added a fade out. Literally, it's like a fade out. And thing is, I've never gotten the chance to finish it. So 2 years later, I can finish this fucking thing and make a fucking sequel end the fucking thing. It's like a Saw type movie. So yeah, basically the first one's about this guy who wakes up in a bathroom. There's like things that'll end up cutting up his hand if he touches it the wrong way, like almost like sawing away. And yeah, and there's this other sequel to another movie I uploaded one in like 2016. Fuck, it's old as shit. It's called The Doll 2. And if you've seen The Doll, you know what it's about a fucking Woody doll that kills
It's a
people.
perfect movie.
Woody Cole.
And thing is, I don't want to do a remake, but I want to do a sequel. And the sequel it's going to be different. It's going to be a different tone. And another 2016 sequel, which this was made, but I fucking lost it because I destroyed the SD card it was on, or like I deleted the file because I hated it so much. I'm pretty sure I like deleted it off the SD card. But it's, you know how there's like The Dead Shall Rise? Well, I made like a 2 in like 2016, but it was never released. And I watched it like a few years later and I deleted it. So I was thinking maybe like 4 where I can make The Dead Shall Rise 2. So yeah, that could be a thing. And another sequel to a 2016 film, House of Evil Chapter 2, where it takes place 4 years later, same character, same house. He wakes up 4 years fucking later somehow, and he's still in the house. I don't see some weird shit. I have like 6 minutes filmed of that. And yeah. And now on to the Ways to Die series. So I uploaded the original from like 2016. It's like based off like some short film series I saw on YouTube that I thought was fun. And it's about how people can die. Literally, it's just people dying. I made a second one in like 2016, but it got lost. And thing is, it had some of the funniest shit. Like literally some of the funniest shit I think I've ever fucking filmed, but it got lost in 2017 because it got deleted by my fucking mom. But I want to make 3 and 4 as well as 2, but it'd be like a remake. So yeah. And Distorted Mind 2 and 3. If you've seen one, you know how these ones are gonna be. It's just a serial killer killing people with distorted shit. Negative 3. It's about a man, and I mean, if you've seen the first 2 Negative films, you don't really know the plot, but third one clears things up a bit, and it doesn't look like Negative for once in certain scenes. Like it establishes a shit ton of lore. And Zorgo 5 and Zorgo 6. I have them filmed, or like most of them, or like mostly filmed, but I want to film like a couple scenes for both these movies. Who's laughing? And like, because I don't want it to just be some guy, fucking texting someone getting his throat cut up and shit, which is literally the first 4 movies. But yeah, another movie I made in 2016, but I didn't even make it. I made like a trailer for it, but I never finished it, and the trailer's lost. And you know what? I'm gonna get the thing out.
Bruh.
Yeah.
You'll know what the fuck it is.
Joe Biden horror movie.
Even though I liked that Django movie, it was bad, but it was enjoyable.
Oh,
Deadly Mannequin.
Oh,
that's pretty cool. I've seen those before.
that's kind of sus. Okay.
Yeah, it's cool.
I've seen this before. Yeah.
And my first feature film that I want to make it sometime 2022, 2023, called Possessed. It's about a person who gets possessed. And in 2016, I wanted to make a Scream fan film, which I made like one part of, but then I never finished it. So yeah, there will be a Scream fan film coming sometime soon.
Oh hell yeah.
Oh, my glasses
So
are dirty.
A Night at the Hotel is based off a Roblox game, which is based off 1408, and it's about a room that people stay in and the people kill themselves. Very like 1408. In fact, it's like a fan that I'm making. I made it in 2016, but it got lost, and it was like only one part, so I'm remaking it. Okay. Danny O'Day, which is like a ventriloquist dummy, and it kills people.
Yeah.
So there's another film announced.
I have a ventriloquist doll myself too.
Well,
Yeah.
that sounds like my life story. There's a doll that kills people in my house.
Criterion Collection, a David Lynch movie.
Juan Pox.
Twin Peaks cameo, Creatordome.
Fire Walk with Me, actually. It's more this David, it's more of a psychological horror film than a show, which has the elements, but it's more slow and it's like a parody.
It's more like a soap drama. More like a drama, the show.
Yeah, it's like a soap opera, drama, horror. I like the horror stuff.
I want Bobby to regain his movement and just kill Bobby. Like Leo.
Leo, you mean? Yeah, okay. So these two films I made in like late 2017 because I used to watch a bunch of fucking Roblox YouTubers.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today, make sure to click this link to get Robux, or this spider will be in your bed tonight.
Or this spider will be in your bed tonight.
Brown recluse spider in Dennis's bed tonight.
Yeah, that actually happened. Like, fuck, I hate. Literally, I'm scared of spiders now over that shit. Legitimately traumatized me. Okay.
They do help us.
John Doe 1 and 2.
God, I love John Doe.
Off the Roblox creepypasta.
Bro, John Doe's really hot.
And then take like a psychological horror approach because you can't exactly take, that type of plot seriously.
God, John Doe, bro. Well, that sounds good. All right, damn.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So, Death Demon, which it's about a demon that kills. I don't fucking. It's something I made in 2016. Asked me in 2016, not me in 2021. So, Death Demon. Know What You Did This Summer, which is an I Know What You Did Last Summer fan film. So yeah, it's like a horror, not even horror, it's just comedy and like a tiny horror comedy type called Noob Slasher, where it's like about a disabled, literally it's about a disabled person trying to kill people.
Noob.
It's fucked up.
Watch that. It sounds so.
It's messed
Yes,
up.
it's gonna be fun. Okay. So there's this. Okay, so The Way of the Intercepting Fist, which is like an action type film. It's based off like it's inspired by like likes of Bruce Lee, because I actually really like those movies. Like The Big Boss, Fist Fury, Way of the Dragon, End of the Dragon, Game of Death, stuff like that.
Dude, you need Big Boss Baby 3.
Dennis shaves his head.
And
imagine if Dennis made a kids movie. Like,
dude, that'd be funny though.
Way the Intercepting Fist was actually my first action film, but I fucking made it and it got lost. But I spent 6 months making it.
Wow, 6 months.
It wasn't very good.
Wow.
No, and there's this one movie. Actually, it wasn't even a movie. It was like a trailer. I still have it. Meaning I could show it if I really wanted to. Called Super Kids.
Oh my gosh, I think I saw that.
Yeah.
I've seen
And I want to make it in like a film about these washed out people who made this Super Kids movie, and they're trying to gain back success because now they're like homeless drug addicts. So they make Super Kids too.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Computer Issues too. I'm thinking of how to do it. So yeah, computer issues too. And now on to the films. I can actually show a little bit of footage with my camera, possibly. Hill Hauntings, which is actually a 2018 film I made, but it's in really shitty quality because I lost it, but I found a reaction stream, a copy of it, and it's not to so it'll be like 240p probably.
Wait, someone reacted to the movie?
Yeah, a couple movies actually, including a little bit of Fear of Spiders, so I have a little bit of that footage.
Did they know you?
Yeah, they did in like 2018. And you know the Homicide movie I made in like 2020? That's actually a remake. And
yeah.
I found the full film, but it's from this same reaction stream. But there's like one insert shot from like a DVD of like an alternate cut of Foxy, which is a piece of shit movie. Don't watch it.
Foxy's amazing, dude.
Dude, should be the only evidence that we existed besides Christmas break, but yeah.
No, besides fucking.
Yeah,
really
the only three pieces of human evidence are Foxy, Christmas Break, and Five Nights at Freddy's Lost Footage or Rampage 1.
No, include Mulholland Drive and anything David Lynch
No, but
does.
we're being ironic because like we're talking about like shit film. But yeah. Although realistically, there probably won't be any evidence that we ever existed. So there's that.
That's why I hope David Lynch films still exist by the time we're all dead. Because seriously, they're actually really good from what I've seen. But yeah, so fuck, what was I? But yeah, the original Homicide, I found that it's in shit quality, but I'll upload it sometime soon. Eyeless Jack, Lavender Town, and a found footage sci-fi horror mix called Skylights. It's about this guy who sees these lights in the sky, and turns out they're aliens.
That sounds like Skylines.
It's kind of like I Am Alive Still, which is a film I made I tried to make for 5 years.
And you did make
that,
it.
That could be a whole damn thing. And a film actually. This is like the working title of Homemade Haunted House, and it's about this guy who goes into this like little haunted house type thing, like you know the ones that people make it in their homes, like where you pop up scare people with the shitty Halloween decorations, and the people who run the haunted house are killing the guests. They're not only scaring them, they're killing them, cutting them up, and then using their body parts as props.
Oh.
Intriguing.
So yeah.
I already do that.
Sounds like inspiration. Nothing.
No. I might remake Jenga the Cursed Tower because Josh deleted it, and same with Snake Farm. I'm really gonna do both those.
Can you remake Ride? In the 9/11 movie?
But keep.
I want to remake the fucking Godzilla film he made.
I don't even remember that. I remember hearing about it and like
I saw like a few seconds of it.
Like, bruh.
And yeah, I was thinking of trying to get him to do a Buried Alive too, but he gets so angry because I used to troll him a lot with that movie.
No, I'm gonna ask him.
and speaking of movies, so there's this one movie I made with this other guy called The Calls. And thing is, I didn't actually film it, but I wrote a lot of this for like about 10, 20 pages. It's meant to be a feature. And it's very similar to Virgo. Not like all the supernatural shit, but it's more of like Unfriended Dark Web. Not the first one with the fucking hand and blender shit. But it's more
of this cool blender I found.
Hey guys, look at this cool knife I found. Oh my god.
Guys, let me wave around my gun.
Okay. And yeah, it's pretty much blackmail and stuff. So it's like it's not completely horror. It has like a thriller element too.
What's the difference?
And yeah, no shit, what's the fucking difference? I don't know myself either. And there's this one film that me and Polar really wanted to make. And thing is, something appeared in the trailer for the film, and thing is, I wanted to remake it because it got lost, called Nightmare Circus.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you could see like something in the tent when he was filming alone.
So odd. I like. Willie, it could be just like
Yeah, it's in the trailer. When he's like, when you see the tent, you'll see somebody in there, and you'll see him walking. So it's like there's two people, even though there was only one.
It's
Legit.
it could be like a shadow, honestly.
No, it was literally
It was the
like
person.
like it wasn't like a shadow. It was a fucking person.
It's so weird, man. Honestly.
And okay. And
Sure.
there's a series I made in 2016 called The Rake Hunters, and I want to make it into a movie, which I've tried to do this for years. I might make it into 2 movies. The 2016 stuff, which I still have, but a lot of it's lost. So I'll have to fill in the gaps. And a feature film where it's more modernized, more polished, just new stuff, not like 2016 stuff. Also called The Rake Hunters, but the 2016 stuff will be called The Rake 16 series. And yeah. Dark, which is a vampire film. Racing Game, which is about a film I made, a game I made on Roblox in like 2017, and it's really shitty. Now I was thinking of making it into like a psychological horror movie with noir mystery stuff.
Yo, who the fuck is Bend Over?
Happy Holidays, which is like a holiday special, I guess. I don't know what it's going to be about. I want to make a granny fan film.
My God.
I wanted to do that for
You just get your grandma to be
game. Dude, I remember.
No, my grandma's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh wow, I'm sorry, man. It sucks.
You're dark.
What the hell are you laughing? Can I say something really quick? Just something really quick.
Sure.
Okay, so about like your Granny fan film. So I remember when Granny was like super duper popular.
Yes, I remember that.
I briefly played it a bunch, and I was in like this
They made a chapter 3 of it.
Yeah.
They made a 3rd one.
I was in this like school bus before I hijacked it. I made it blow up if it ever went under 50 miles per hour. You'll understand that reference if you ever seen Speed. So I was in this bus, and there's some kids. It's like a school bus, where they're gonna like drop us off and stuff. And these kids were playing Granny, and every time she showed up, they would scream so loud. I'm like, shut up.
When I play it, I'll just be like, "Get the fuck out of here, bitch!" Literally, I'll cuss them out and shit. Okay. The Haunting of Dennis Edwards 1 and 2, which is actually, they're both based off real experiences I've actually had living in my house.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like built in the fucking 50s and 40s, so of course there's gonna be weird shit.
Yeah.
The Cop, which is about a cop who kills people. Don't. It's not political. Don't you be thinking that.
Right.
I wanted to make a Nightmare on Elm Street fan film. And the thing is, I filmed a lot of it in 2016. I filmed one in 2016.
Yeah. Didn't Josh?
I filmed like 9 minutes of it. And thing is, I have about 3 minutes of it. And thing is, there's one 15-second clip of one scene that was originally 7 minutes long of me and my friend running around. He's wearing like a Freddy glove and a hat. He's running around. The thing is, I have a part of this clip. It's like in my Cold Blood Studios archives. It's shitty. And yeah, Halloween, the Night of Michael Myers is a fan film I want to make. It's not like my 2018 fan film that I fucking partially made. It's a piece of shit. The Fuggler 2 and 3. These were all 3 of them were actually films I wanted to make 4 years ago, 2016. Wide Forest, which is actually a GTA machinima. And speaking of machinimas, I was thinking of combining a GTA machinima and a live action film to make a film about a guy who makes these machinima and he ends up, and he sort of like loses his mind after some crazy shit goes down, and it sort of blends the reality, I guess, or it fucks around. Like, I don't know, it'll be some mindfuckery type shit. And the film I want to make, but I don't know how Polar, I don't know if Polar will be down for it, and it's The Smiling Man 2. I made one in 2017, and thing is, I made the 2016 originally, remade it last year. So I was thinking of doing the Smiling Man film in like sometime December, the sequel. So yeah. Gunplay 1 and 2, 2 act 1. Gunplay, I believe I filmed it, or like I filmed a bit of it. And there's a trailer actually, but I want to remake it because it's like an unfinished lost film. The original Entity, which is literally worst film. I'm pretty sure it's my worst. It's terrible. I'm gonna release it. And yeah, Bloody Axe, which is a Joshua Films remake. Violent People, Five Nights, which thing is, I want to make this FNAF fan film. I want to make it sort of David Lynchian surrealist. Yeah, like I don't want to make it like a Josh film or like I want to make it unique.
I don't want to make it like a Josh film. You do realize he's probably gonna see this video.
he's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me with static.
Kill me with static.
Bro, he's gonna kill me with like Eggman Slenderman. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun of it.
Yeah,
Eggman.
You finally said what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Thank you for mentioning.
I just find that so funny, but
and here's a film that it's like a crime thriller horror mix, and it's big thing, a real killer in the 60s and 70s. This is the Zodiac speaking, but I don't know how to approach it is the thing, but I want to make it. Because I've seen the David Fincher film. I really liked it, so I want to make a film about the Zodiac killer. The thing is, it wouldn't be like a real experience because I feel like it'd be distasteful, but it'd be like my own sort of thing outside of the real shit that went on. So it'd be like its own story. Saw Unleashed, which is like a Saw fan film I want to make. Number 100, that might not be the title, but it's about a guy who is a filmmaker and he's boarding on like a important number of films. And he ends up like making this film and he starts stressing out from the pressure and he sort of loses his mind and it unravels right in front of the audience. Like it's just this fucked up of his head. So yeah. Yeah. And okay. Now let's talk about the Frog universe. So the Frog 2, which we'll have like a trailer for that up in a few minutes. The Frog 3, the Frog 4, the final chapter, but you know it's not going to be the final chapter. The Bottle, which is about a water bottle.
What?
The Boot 1, 2, 3. The Chair, which is a chair that kills people.
What?
Frog versus Boot. Frog versus Boot versus Chair versus
What are these films?
Rubber 2.
What is wrong? These is like asylum movies. Literally. Lake Placid.
Next to
And
toilet.
it's when are you gonna have all the time to do all these films? You're gonna be like 30 years old and on like
I
film
don't fucking
53
know.
out of 100.
I'm doing them right now. You know, because I do.
I mean,
Because I do.
every week, so.
Or goes a movie called The Cheese Man where it's like a block of cheese and he kills people.
You're
And
like a
a very
cheese witch hat. Go
And
ahead.
I'm about to announce 2 very controversial titles.
Oh no.
Very controversial. You know what they are. You fucking know what
It's
they
one
are.
of the Farism and Dennis Cut over it.
Yeah, you guessed right.
Wow. You better make me main character Farzam or else I'm gonna accuse you of being racist.
I'm looking forward to Farism. I think it has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
Dude, whatever, dude, for Farzam, there's one thing you gotta do. You gotta make, dude, there's gonna be a big twist where Mika's character is actually the same character from Christmas Break Uncut.
That's how I summon the demon. I danced.
And that's how it happened. Yeah. And the entire plot of Virgo surrounds around that dance.
Damn.
Okay.
Such a beautiful scene.
I'm gonna connect the film somehow.
Okay. A Life Worth Killing For. That's gonna be a thing one day.
Oh hell yeah.
Yes, I want to make that.
But fucking shit's been going on, so we can't fucking make that.
Wolf Potter is gonna be part of that too, right?
Yeah.
Sweet.
I just
Project
need to figure out some stuff. I may actually need to like raise some money or just get some money, like use some of my money and shit. Cause like,
yeah,
to, like code some games and stuff. I just don't know, man. That's the thing. It'd be nice if we could film like near each other, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine us filming near each other for Farzam.
But yeah, I'll need to finish the lore and stuff like that. And I actually like the lore. I think Cold Blood Studios also likes the lore that I wrote for it. Like it was pretty interesting to them.
Yeah, Life Worth Killing For.
Yeah.
That honestly could be its own fucking podcast, because it's such a.
It's intriguing.
It's gonna be really weird. There's one rejected idea that I had, which I really want to say it. Mika gets really angry when I bring it up. It's this joke I wanted to make of necrophilia. Yes, you heard me.
Oh shit.
Why? Why?
Good. It's funny. I thought it would be funny. That's my humor. It's some of the most offensive shit you can find.
Dennis, how much stuff do you have left to announce?
A lot, actually.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, I have an idea.
Yeah.
What if like we have Dennis go in between everyone else? So it's not just Dennis for 2 hours.
No.
Just like speed run them all. Like just say the titles and like.
Yeah, just speed run it, Dennis. At this point, just speed run.
Project
Yeah, give a 3-word synopsis.
I have a few left. And these ones I'm really gonna get a little more detailed about with the trailers and stuff.
All right.
Oh yeah, Project Boss Man is great. I was amazing in it.
Okay, so for Found Footage Month, I'm gonna upload this film called The Shed, and a remake of Locked Out. So yeah, it's 2 films.
I made a film called The Shed.
Oh, that was me.
Okay, and now, after all the waiting, after all the bickering, after all the talking, after all the fucking, I'm gonna talk about some crazy shit.
Oh my god.
Project Pasta Hunters 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be big. It's going to be bigger than the second one. It's going to be bigger than the first one.
Is it gonna be bigger than my dick?
I was going to say that. God damn.
It's gonna be like almost sci-fi almost, but thing is, I don't know if it's gonna come out. It's gonna be a long ass movie. It's gonna be probably longer than 1 and 2 combined. I'm serious.
Bruh. 4 hours then. That's gonna be as long as the Snyder cut.
No
Bruh.
shit.
This fucking Creatordome is gonna be as long as a fucking Snyder cut. If you don't hurry the fuck up.
Snyder cut, more like poopy cut.
And yeah. So yeah. Fear of. I actually made a trailer for that that's gonna appear in the Creatordome sometime soon, as well as the trailer for Project Pasta Hunters 3. So yeah, as well as you remember that one Sonic.exe film I made a trailer for in like early 2020 that never got released. Well, I'm finally releasing it this spring. And now, Bloody Maniac 2, it shows a bit about the killer's backstory and, you know, more kills and shit, obviously. Fuck. And, yeah, I guess maybe put up the trailers on the damn screen, I guess.
I got you. So the trailers will, so like all of them right now?
Yeah.
I got you.
Warning, if you have arachnophobia, please step away from the screen. If you don't step away from the screen, in the next 10 seconds, you will be greeted with some of the most haunting images that will seep into your mind for the rest of your days. Viewer discretion is advised.
All right, we're back. Dennis is having a bit of a choking attack. I don't think he'll be able to finish the list. Anyways, Unknownflickz. No, just kidding.
Hi guys.
Dennis, do you have anything else to add after the culmination with the teasers?
Like before the trailers pop up on the thing.
Oh no, like after, like, do you have anything else to add before your panel ends?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
So, penis. There, I said it. Penis.
Dank Man B. Penis Man fights the Charles.
So yeah. Thank you for watching this panel. Thank you for knowing shit I'm going to make in the future. I possibly have uploaded some of these films that I've announced by the time this fucking Creatordome gets uploaded. So yeah.
Sweet. I look forward to it. Now on to the Unknownflickz panel.
All right, sorry guys, but I don't have anything to say. I don't have too much though. Okay, so basically, I have some films. So
Dennis, are you gonna? No, not Dennis. Mika, are you gonna come out as gay? Are you? Is this what you're announcing?
Yeah, guys.
Clip.
Basically, in 9th grade, I went to this, like, one of my classes was like for film, and there I made some short films. I did like directing and editing and a bunch of stuff. So to you little shits that keep saying I don't edit anything, I can, and I have.
You don't edit anything.
Yes, I did. I just recently edited my 47 Years Down review, which is amazing, by the way. Watch it or die. But yeah, I edited those with Adobe Premiere Pro. And I have a bunch of them on my drive, and I'm thinking about releasing at least one of them, which is, it's a very simple plot. Because we didn't have too long to think about it. It's basically about like this kid who loses his wallet. It eventually reappears, but he wants to figure out who stole it, like his father or his son. So like basically launches a little investigation where he questions them. It's not really, it's kind of light on plot. It's more about the dialogue, and I think I did an all right twist where you can kind of see it coming, but not really. It's
don't spoil.
Yeah, I did it. There are some parts, I swear, I think a little bit of it got edited out because seriously, for some reason, the editor was just being weird. God damn it, Jamone, fuck off. The editor was being weird. It was just kind of being like random.
Isn't Dennis your editor?
No, Adobe Premiere Pro, like the editing thing. Like the software, it automatically deletes some stuff, and it was just too late to bother editing it again because it was close to the deadline. So there's some problems with it, but I think it's decent. I think there's a few cool shots. There's like a tilting shot that goes like tilts a bit, and I think it's pretty cool. So it's mainly kind of an exercise in like cinematography. And I'm gonna try to release it sometime soon. Like I don't know when, maybe like when school starts back up again for me, just for fun. If I'm not able to come up with a film recently, because I tried to make this film, and guess what? It never got finished. And it's probably going to get deleted because the friend's storage is so low. Hobo Studios knows about this because I told him about some of the films like Expedition, which I made, which got literally deleted because I didn't get to download them. And the next time I went over there, oh yeah, it's deleted. I'm just like, God damn.
Didn't this happen to you more than once?
Yeah, God damn it, remaining time, fuck off. Yeah, it's happened to me quite a few times. If it didn't, I would have had the Expedition But you're lucky. You guys are actually lucky to see Christmas Break. God damn it! This is in the Time Colo Studios.
Mika, are you gonna make a Fortnite movie?
I basically did with Christmas Break.
Oh yeah, true.
With the
That's
Fortnite
how-
dance.
That's how I die. That's to show anyone that plays Fortnite should die. I'm kidding. But you're actually lucky to see that film because that was probably never gonna be shown. But yeah, that fate kind of befell the other movies like.
Dennis, are you having a seizure?
But yeah, so I'll try to release that. Maybe some other ones. I'm mainly proud of like the cinematography and stuff because it was like my first time doing that. So I might release them sometime soon. That's probably the only film I have planned besides like Project Poster's 3, but that's like a collab and stuff. And to my reviews, because this is the only other thing. So I reviewed the initial 47 Years Down movie. I'm gonna review the second one. It should come out this Friday. Hopefully, yeah. There's like a 99% guarantee that it'll come out this Friday. I'm gonna also try to review Area 51 because you know the whole like September 20th raid thing. That was like a 2-year anniversary this year. I'm gonna try and do it for that. And I'm gonna maybe try to review Halloween 1978 and the 2018 one. Like for like the original, like how does it hold up? You know, like is it still like actually a scary movie or something like that? And for the 2018 one, just like regular review. That's all I have planned for now. So yeah, I didn't really have too much to announce, but.
So before we get to the last two panels, Micah, did you want to, and Dennis and whoever wants to join in, do you want to talk about, you know, the secret project? Yeah, who the fuck just left? That was perfectly timed.
I have osteoporosis.
No, so basically, this is kind of where I come in, unexpected announcement. But basically, earlier this year, I was messing around with the Face application, and basically, I made this weird picture of my face or somebody mixed with Arnold Schwarzenegger from, I think it was Terminator 2, or either I think of the first one or second one. But basically, I mixed up his face with mine, and it made this really disturbing image of like this like middle-aged kind of olderish looking guy, like this Native American guy.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're
Native
talking
American?
Yeah, like Native American or like black or something. I don't know how to describe it, but it basically became an inside joke, and we called him Jamon. And it actually, yeah, Jamon, whatever. So basically, I think it low-key started the day that we did the Virgo podcast, all of us, because I just randomly joined I did the pictures beforehand, but the name Jamon or Jamon started when we did the Virgo podcast, because I accidentally joined the podcast or the Zoom call as somebody named Jamon. That was like the first name that came to my head. So anyways, from there on to like about mid or like early summer, I trolled Micah, and like I went on his like live streams and everything, and I said that my name's Jamon, like the screen name would be Jamon. And I'm trying to think what else.
You sent me down a little rabbit hole where you emailed me a few times.
Oh yeah. And I played this prank on Micah where I took this picture of a hallway, and I actually took the picture and I just randomly emailed it to like the Unknownflickz Gmail. And Micah was like, what the fuck is this, guys? I'm freaking out right now. And he's like, send it to Dennis on like a rabbit hunt. But anyways, long story short, Micah eventually found it out, like that it was me. But anyways, when the joke was lifted and everything, I came up with the idea, jokingly at first, to make this kind of web series or like short film called We Are Jamon. And it basically follows the character of Jamon. He's kind of like a mystical force or something, like a folklore, like mythical legend or something. And basically, Micah, it follows the story of this young guy and played by Micah. And it just kind of follows him as he doesn't take the tale of Jamon seriously. And it ends up haunting him, and weird stuff happens. So it'll be a Squadron Orange official. Here's the poster for it, and I'll put it on the screen. And yeah, it'll be Squadron Orange exclusive, and it will most likely come out next year. I don't know if it's going to be any good, but I like the idea.
Yeah.
And
will it be feature length?
I don't know, because it might be like a mini series, or it might be short film, long film. I don't know.
That'd be cool.
Up next on Creatordome 2, we got GraveStone Filmz, and he's got a few projects. Oh yeah. You got a few projects to announce or talk about. Why don't you tell us a bit about it?
So do you want me to begin right now?
Yeah, go ahead. Start from the
top.
top.
All right, so the first thing I have, which is the main project I'm working on right now, is a sequel to my Black Christmas movie, my Black Christmas remake I made back in December of last year. It's called Black Christmas 2, The Town That Never Forgot. And basically, do you mind if I do the plot?
No, yeah, go ahead.
All right, so basically, after the first film, the survivor was accused of being the one who killed everyone, and he was sent to jail. And 15 years later, they reopened the case, and they proved that the main character is innocent. Not really innocent, but they just proved that there's a lack of evidence for him to be convicted. So he's let out of jail, and he's let back into society, and murders begin cropping up again, first starting at the abandoned fraternity house, then beginning to go wherever Colin goes. For example, Colin works at a diner, and people begin dying at the diner. So that's basically the plot of the movie. It's gonna be a 3-part series. There's gonna be Black Christmas 1, Black Christmas 2, Black Christmas 3.
Oh, so you got a whole trilogy going on.
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking Dennis.
What?
All right, so then up next is my Halloween remake, which is titled Halloween Evil Reborn, which basically the main premise of basically it's like the 1978 Halloween. That is the point. But what I'm trying to do with this is, from what I've seen nowadays, people aren't really scared by the original Halloween. People either think it's too long, too boring, and Michael really doesn't do that much besides look at people, which I kind of agree with, but I'm still a big fan of the original Halloween. So basically, the entire point of this movie is trying to make Michael Myers scary again. Kind of mix the Rob Zombie Halloween movies with the 1978 Halloween, because I think a lot of people can agree that Rob Zombie's Michael Myers is pretty intimidating and shit your pants scary. At least in my opinion.
Crying shit.
All right, this next one might infuriate someone, and by that someone I mean Dennis. So Virgo GraveStone Filmz cut. So basically, I'm making this cut. I'm not really trying to do what Josh did, which is get rid of a bunch of runtime. What I'm trying to do is make the best of both worlds. I'm trying to make a thing that people can watch if they don't want to sit down and watch a 2-hour movie. Like, I'm going to cut down a little bit. I'm going to add some new scenes. And from what I've heard from people, one of the biggest cons is that it's too long. So I'm going to cut a little. Oh my God. Dennis is about to cry. He's about to cry. So that's
the original ending I wrote.
Okay. Okay, so Mika. Okay, so Mika, don't worry. Don't worry, Mika. So basically, I'm gonna add a couple more scenes. Hopefully, Dennis will agree to do these scenes, and if not, then I'll just put on a big wig and pretend to be Dennis. So basically, what I'm trying to do with at the beginning, you get to meet these characters. In my cut, I want to say 10 minutes in, you get to the StreamYards, because I want to do a scene where you see these people by themselves. You don't see them on the call, so you get to know them a little bit before the call actually begins.
It's a pretty good idea, like a prologue, if anything.
Yeah, it's like a prologue, and then at the end of the prologue, you see a package be delivered to the home of Ryan Walker, which contains the note saying that Clark Reed is dead. That's what is in there. And I'm not completely saying that I'm going to rewrite the ending, but I'm kind of saying that there's going to be a new ending. It's not going to end with, spoiler alert, Josh saying Farism into the camera. It's not how it's going to end. Basically, it's taking Mika's idea and twisting it a little bit.
Real quick,
Mika's having an orgasm.
Did anybody get the opportunity to download the Josh cut? Because he deleted that.
I did not get the opportunity to download it.
Damn, it's a lost film now, technically.
Don't worry, Cold Blood and Mika. I'm not gonna add static effects.
No, I'm just saying I like to make my version at one point eventually, like that original version, just to see what people think.
At the very end, it's just gonna it's gonna say "fuck you," and it's just you jerking off into the camera. That's a joke. That's a joke. Please don't take down this video. All right. So then, this is the biggest announcement. If you know my channel, this is the most beautiful movie series I've ever created. Big Boob Man 4 in space. Big Boob Man 4 in space. So I literally wrote out a plot for this. So throughout the Big Boob Man series,
well, this is a real title.
Yes, that is. I have created. So basically, in the Big Boob Man series, you see this little kid, and his main target is Big Boob Man. And as we learn in the third movie, which is a prequel, Big Boob Man killed his father. So basically, we see the little kid go into Big Boob Man's spaceship, and Big Boob Man goes into space, right? And basically, the movie follows this little kid trying to assassinate Big Boob Man in space. It's gonna be amazing.
How are you gonna do like the spaceships and everything?
It's okay, so it's gonna be like on purposely really bad. So I'm probably just gonna do type in space on Google, then just like spaceship PNG, and then like do like keyframing so it goes across the screen. That's probably what I'm gonna do. So then after this, we have a movie that I've been writing for, I want to say, a year. It's called Don't Forget, Act 1. Basically, it's a Five Nights at Freddy's fan film, which basically takes the plot of the books and turns them into a movie.
Okay.
And if you've seen the books, you know what I'm talking about. Basically, these group of old friends who used to go to Freddy's, they go back to their old town and they start dicking around inside the old Freddy's restaurant. So Act 1. So Act 1 is going to be the Silver Eyes, Act 2 is going to be Twisted Ones, and Act 3 is going to be, I don't know what the third book is called, but I remember reading it.
Shit.
I think it's called like The Fourth Closet or something like that.
I've heard of those books. Never.
So the next announcement, this is another thing in my channel that I have made relentless teasers for it, but I've never released it. Mika, what do you think it is?
Red face case.
Red face case. So I hate to say it, but I'm going to completely rewrite Red face case. The big reason is the main character, the actor that plays the main character, he has completely said that he is done. He doesn't want to do Red face case anymore, and he's just like, it's kind of having a falling out. So he's just been like a really big dick recently, and he's like said that just a bunch of shit getting in the way. So I'm gonna rewrite Red face case, try and make it a little bit better. And that's basically my entire goal.
Sweet.
And after this, and wait, talk.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead now.
No, I was just saying, like, it seems like you had a pretty good lineup so far, pretty solid.
Yeah. So after this is a movie that me and Mika worked on for a little bit. Hopefully we can work on again. Be My Valentine.
No.
This is do you remember that?
No, I won't be your Valentine.
Shut up. Yes, you will.
I'm
just jealous. So basically, the plot of the movie is similar to 1980s Prom Night.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, accident. It's like a revenge whodunit. It's like one of those. But the big thing that stands out is that it takes place in a school. It takes place in a school, and it's not a school shooting movie.
God damn it! I was gonna make a joke about that.
It's not gonna be a school shooting movie. So basically, the one thing that I really want to do with this movie is just make the killer look super fucking cool. You see these lights behind me?
Yeah.
I want the killer to be decked out in these lights.
Yo, like LED lights and everything.
That's what I thought would be really cool. In Rampage 4, for whatever reason, the killer, Billy, he finds like this purge mask with like with the X's on it, like the Lady Liberty mask.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. he finds that out of nowhere. And the next announcement is probably gonna make someone cry. So the tragedy of Dennis Edwards.
Oh my god.
So this movie follows Dennis Edwards, aka Cold Blood Studios. I wrote an entire script for this. Basically, it follows Dennis going insane, and he tries to replicate his movies in real life. That's basically
now. I want to make it. Let's make it.
Make the man who couldn't.
Okay, so basically,
it's a movie
after
inside a
Text
movie.
from Hell, I had to add something from Text from Hell in there, and basically, one thing I want to have is Dennis beating someone to death with a rock. That's what I want to do, and it's gonna be beautiful. This is gonna be a beautiful movie.
Give me the script right now.
All right, I will. Okay, so
I need to see it. I want to see it as well. I'm sorry.
okay, so the next announcement is Friday the 13th, Back from the Grave. I've been working on this movie for a decent amount of time, and speaking of which, this is the mask that I created especially for the movie.
Yo, that actually looks pretty cool.
Just don't make flashbacks from other movies.
It won't be. So basically, it takes place 40 years later after, it's either going to be after part 3 or part 4. It takes place 40 years later after that. That's why the mask is all fucking grungy. That's why the blood, that's why the axe mark is still there and the chevrons are gone. And basically it follows Tommy Jarvis, who is now it's going to be a sequel to part 4. It follows Tommy Jarvis, who's the sheriff of Crystal Lake, and he's hunting down Jason because Jason has been, it's kind of like part 6. He's like dug up, but like it's a different reason why he's dug up. And you have Tommy Jarvis on the loose trying to look for Jason, and there's another killer on the loose too, which
All right,
there's a character
cool.
named Mika in it. He gets, if you don't mind, I'm gonna spoil his death. Am I allowed to do that, Mika? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? He gets a pickaxe through his jaw.
Oh,
that's like,
and like, yeah, it's supposed to be a reference to My Bloody Valentine. He opens the door and he gets a
Does
pickaxe.
it come out through the eye?
It doesn't come out through the eye, but it comes out through his nose, and you see a piece of his nose on the pickaxe.
Oh.
And there's like mucus on it.
Yeah. So these last 4 movie announcements, keywords movie, these are just like ideas I've had. I have no clue if I'm gonna actually make them or not, but hopefully I can. So the first one is Discovery Island. It's basically a movie version of the creepypasta. If you've ever read the creepypasta, there's this abandoned like Disney island that Walt Disney made, and he goes there and he finds some weird shit. Basically, it's a movie version of that. I haven't completely written out a plot for it yet, but just read the creepypasta. That'll pretty much be the plot. Eyeless Jack, creepypasta movie. Eyeless Jack. Twin Peaks. Yeah, I'm remaking Twin Peaks.
The prequel, if you actually like the horror elements, because that has a shit ton of that shit.
Mm-hmm. So then sleep paralysis. This is a movie where a guy has sleep paralysis and he starts seeing his sleep paralysis demon in real life, and it just torments him throughout the movie. Then this last one. This one was inspired by Mika, The Wiener Man. This isn't a horror movie. This is like a romantic comedy. That's what this movie's trying to be. So this man, he is born with massive genitalia. Like it's just huge. You know what I mean? And he's trying to find love because all the women are like, oh my god, ew, right? And he finds a woman with massive genitalia. And it's this romantic comedy. It's gonna be amazing.
Could we see a possible future like Freddy vs. Jason version of that guy and the Big Boo Boo Man or whatever the fuck it was called?
Maybe. One thing I was actually thinking would be cool if I did, when I was writing a Rampage remake, which later I tossed out because I thought it was shit. I wanted to do the Red-Faced Killer versus Billy, because that's the name of the killer from Rampage. I thought that'd be cool.
Very alive too.
I wish I could make that, but I am not Josh. I wish I was Josh though.
I just deep fake yourself.
Good idea.
On deepfake onto a 240p video.
Oh, one more movie announcement. Christmas Break Uncut 2.
Micah's face when you said that.
Twin Peaks
It's
Firewalk.
gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing.
Dude, I also forgot something.
Oh
The
no!
Break In 2 with Shrek as the villain.
God, I love Shrek.
God, I must see that.
So, if you have even taken a look at my channel, there was a review series I was supposed to do last year around Halloween time called 10 Days of Halloween. The reason why I couldn't finish it is because I got a community guideline strike on my YouTube channel because I posted Big Man. And apparently they don't like the word boob. So I'm gonna be finishing up 10 Days of Halloween. Not really finishing it up. I'm just gonna redo it. And if you don't mind, I'm gonna read through the movies I'm gonna review. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah.
All right, so I plan on reviewing series, not just like, oh, I'm gonna do this one, then I'm gonna do the sequel next. It's all gonna be in one big video. So the first movie this first series I'm gonna review is Fear Street Part 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
After that, Trick or Treat. After that, Sinister 1 and 2.
Oh, good.
After that, a horrible Netflix movie called Thriller. After that,
Review Axum.
After that, It Chapter 1 and 2.
Okay.
After that, Child's Play. After that, Friday the 13th. I think, yeah, Friday the 13th, Part 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I have all of them in the Scream Factory box set. I got it for $99, but it went up to $150 right after I bought it.
Which you can now buy on Amazon. Brought to you by Cold Blood Studios.
No, literally, $150 right after I bought it. It was like $100 or 90 something dollars on Amazon. As soon as I bought it, boom.
Crazy.
This next review is probably gonna make Dennis orgasm. Then I'm gonna review Project Pasta Hunters 1 and 2.
Yo.
If 3 comes out, review 3.
I will.
Review my
After that, Hellfest, and on Halloween, I will review Halloween Kills because I'm going to see Halloween Kills in theaters.
Oh, you too?
It's gonna suck. It's gonna be terrible.
Fuck yeah.
You want to know
And
the
then-
best thing about the Friday box set?
What is the best thing about the Friday box set?
The Scream Factory one? It's the uncut edition of Part 2.
Alright,
There's
I'm gonna have
uncut
dinner
footage.
because it's 9 o'clock for me. So.
And Mike has a bedtime. I forgot.
But there's one problem.
I mean, I just need to have dinner because it's 9 o'clock.
All right.
Some discs are zoomed in and cropped, like black bars are added.
Isn't that what Josh did? Virgo.
I don't even bring up the black bars. I hate that shit.
But yeah, Jackson.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
One more movie I forgot to announce. The Tragedy of Dennis Edwards Part 2, where he comes out of a grave and then.
Send me the script
It's
for
the same
Tragedy
movie.
of Dennis Edwards. I want to.
I will. I literally will. All right, that's it for me.
Like film it
That was
on,
a good,
send it on like Instagram or fuck.
Good panel though. I can't wait to look at it or watch it, and definitely let you know what I think about it. And finally, on Creatordome 2, the last guest, Polar Entertainment's himself. And
Hello.
he doesn't have a lot to talk about or announce.
I just did one thing only, it's just a film I've been working on.
Yeah. Which he has titled Rootwick, and it seems to be the biggest Polar Entertainment's film thus far. So why don't you tell us a bit about it and what made you want to do it, stuff like that.
So I've got the inspiration for Rootwick based off of my mom's spirituality. It's Hellenic paganism. So the essential plot of Rootwick is that a person, his mom and him, main character, moves to this very strange town. It's like covered by a lot of acres of trees, just a forest. And in this town, there seems to be not a lot of Christian churches or any of the Abrahamic faith religion, and it's much more of a Old Norse pagan type of religion. And until he meets the supposedly the god of the town, which is Rootwick, just swim with light.
Okay, so Rootwick himself is like a deity or deity, and
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a mask I've made for Rootwick. It's, as you can see here, it's the theme I went for was a very like forest-like creature.
Yeah.
Like blood, the
Oh,
fang.
sick.
Much you see it, and just like the horns, but it's just
There are-
sticks.
There
Yes.
are like a couple other things that Pollard had told me and some other people about, like, would it be fine if I said some of them?
Sure.
I think it told me something about the Dream Man, which
Oh yeah, the Dream Man. So basically, there's a case that I think maybe you have heard. It's about where this man has appeared in many people's dream.
Oh, that guy with like the weird face, like it's
Yes.
in black and white. Yeah, I remember that.
And then the Dream Man is kind of like that, except like it's not like a sleep paralysis type of thing. It's like more of a recurring dream. It all links to this one mystery, and I've been trying to work on that, but school's got my thing, and I couldn't do any of it. But
Yeah.
I might try to finish it after this grade is done. So back to Rootwick. You know, the main character finds out about the religion of the town, and then he knows too much about it, and then he gets targeted by a cult type of it's a kind of like a cult, and his family is targeted, and they're planned to be sacrificed to this god. But then he finds this grimoire. A grimoire is basically a kind of in history, it is a book full of mystical knowledge and like occult things, and I've actually created this as well. It's just filled with the lore behind the town, where this deity originated from, and it's just
Oh, it's pretty sick. And you wrote like almost each individual page, like different designs and everything.
Yes, I did print out some things like, hold on, let me show you. Like I printed out this,
Mhm.
and then
I might actually be in Rootwick.
yes, you might be the blogger that tells information, stuff like this. And then he has to find a way to get out of the town without being caught by the cult and getting sacrificed to this god. But the primary villain isn't just a cult, it's more of the Rootwick, because the cult members are being influenced and like controlled by this being. And yeah,
It's really cool. I think that could like obviously you're doing this now, but maybe down the line when you have more of like a budget and you have people and like more equipment and everything, I think that could make for a really good like short film or maybe even like a feature length film.
It's
or
gonna be
maybe-
like a feature apparently. From what I've
Yeah.
heard.
Yeah. So you think like it might be like an hour or 2 hours maybe?
yeah. I wouldn't say 2 hours. I'll say probably like an hour and like, I don't know, just at least an hour basically.
That's cool.
So
Hey, Polar,
yes.
have any of you seen the movie Salem's Lot?
I've heard of it.
I read the book, but I forgot all about it.
The movie has probably the scariest vampire I've ever seen.
Oh, doesn't that have that one scene when the guy goes into like the top room of a house and it's like sitting in a chair or something?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, I've seen that. That's creepy. That's creepy.
It's a creepy fucking movie. The lead vampire, it looks like Nosferatu, but more fucked up, basically. Like it really reminds me of Nosferatu, but the eyes are they're not even bloodshot. They're like yellow and orange and shit.
Yeah.
And it's unnerving.
Creepy. So for Rootwick, when do you think I mean, I know you're busy with school and everything, but school does come first, but when do you think it'll come out?
I wouldn't say the original date was in November 5th, but since school is a thing and I have my a lot of testing in between November and December, it might be I don't know, probably next year, maybe in March, in this like early summer, late spring type of, between those dates. I'm hoping.
Sweet. I look forward to it.
So here's just some props for it. It's just this, as you can see it, altar cloth.
Okay.
So yeah.
Bob.
Looks dope. Yeah, guys. Anyways, thank you for tuning in to Creatordome 2. This is the end of segment 3 and the end of the video as a whole. Thank you for watching. Make sure to check out all of these content creators that have been in this stream, and make sure to check them out, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next year. Thank you for watching. Peace. God bless.